All right. Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me. It says audio is coming through, which is a good start. I just need to make sure that my camera is where it needs to be. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Okay, so I can see a few people are already in the chat, nice and early. So hello to everyone who has arrived as the stream is starting. We've got Longinius. How are you doing, my friend? I hope you're well. We've got Michael as well, or Edgion. I hope you're well. How is everyone? It's been a hot minute since I streamed last, having been away on holiday and in and out of the doctors dealing with migraines, all of which is now behind me, on the straight and narrow now with regards to my health, which is quite nice. But how is everyone? How is everyone doing? What has everyone been up to? What are you guys working on at the moment? I always like to know what projects, you guys are working on. It's always good to know. I'm just making sure that everything's coming through correctly on the old stream. It looks like it is, which is good news. Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing very, very, very well. Yeah, I took a partial unplanned break from streaming. But apart from that, I'm good. Nothing serious. I just had some bad migraines that have got the better of me of late, and I decided that enough was enough. Went to go see the doctors, had a bit of a break from things, and yeah, all getting sorted out, which is quite nice. And then I've also been away with the family on a mini weekend away, and I've also got another holiday coming up the first week of June. So yeah, migraines are horrible. Yeah, I never suffered with migraines before, and then over the past year, they've become more frequent, and progressively got worse. So yeah, just went to the doctors. They've given me some tablets, sent me for an eye test, CT scan, just the usual stuff really. So they've said it's nothing to worry about. So that is good. That is good. So doing well. First day I've had off since the wife had her surgery. Getting started on one of the few Necrons I didn't have yet. Which Necrons is it? Which Necrons are you getting started on? Because I know that you've got quite the collection, Mike, with regards to Necrons. So I'll be keen to understand what you don't have actually, because I thought you probably had most. But yes, enough yapping for now. As you can see, I've got some Tyranids in front of me at the minute. These were what we were working on, funnily enough, when I last streamed about a month ago. I haven't touched them since. For those of you that are regularly involved, who regularly watch the streams, you'll know that this is exactly where we left things, really. So I've just got to touch up some of the Nagarath. Is it Nagarath? And then pop the Nagarath on these in like a production style line setup, essentially. And then we can crack on with the what style is it? Is it Behemoth or Leviathan? I know I do want to do Behemoth next, so I've got a whole bunch of primed Termagants. So once we do these 3 in the purple and stuff, we'll move on to doing the red and blue, or red and teal, if you will. I think it's something like that. But let's get these ones knocked out the park first. Overlord with Translocation Shroud. One of like 3 HQs I was missing. Ah, nice. Okay, cool. Ah, like always, Mike, or Edgeon. Once you've got that all painted up, obviously being a Necron army collector myself, I'd love to see it. It'd be really cool to see how you approach it, what colours you use and stuff. Because at some point in the future, I will probably pick myself something similar up, you know? So it's always nice to get a bit of inspiration, get some ideas flowing, that kind of thing for when I eventually do one. Did you get an MRI? I had cluster headaches because of a massive brain tumour. Hopefully you're not at that point. No, so I haven't got had or been scheduled for an MRI. So I went to the doctors, they asked me a whole bunch of questions, and then they suggested me booking myself in for an eye test, an enhanced eye test, so they can see behind my eyes just to see if there's any pressure. They want me to go for a hearing test as well, and they also have booked me in for a CT scan, which I'm waiting for the date of. And then the second week of June, I've got to go back to the doctors for like a catch up to see what those results look like. But yeah, sorry to hear about the cluster headaches because of a brain tumor. That sounds pretty hardcore. So hopefully you're past the worst of it. Nagarath Knight, yes. It's been a while. Remember to thin that Nagarath before putting it on the plastic. It's a base paint, super thick. Yeah, I've just chucked a couple of nice bits of water in the old Nagarath here on the wet palette. We'll be using quite a lot of it as well, won't we? To get the carapace, tops of the guns, bits of the legs and stuff. So we'll probably end up going for a bit of purple, so to speak. You know I'll be posting in Discord as I go along. Yeah, no, to be fair, you're probably one of a select few that I don't need to tell. Well, not tell, that's the wrong word. Ask. Because I know a lot of people really appreciate the pictures that you post. Yes, absolutely savage. Couldn't agree more, Longinius. So with this one is pretty much done. I think when I looked at it the other day in anticipation of this stream, this one was just a few touch-up points, to be honest with you. So we should be okay on this one. The other two, though, on the other hand, not so much. It was removed at the height of COVID, but yeah, everything seems to be good. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Really, really glad to hear it. You know, whenever you hear about stuff like that, you know, it's not nice. And I imagine it was scary for you and your family, of course. So I'm glad that you're now on the other side of that medical condition, if you want to call it that. So I definitely need glasses. I know we're going off topic for a second, but there it is. Or alternatively, I need to get a desk lamp. Nothing special. Just a good old-fashioned Is that the right piece there as well? Dun, 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 dun. Right, sorry. I think that's supposed to be purple as well at the front, isn't it? Right, let me just have a quick look. Silly old me. Termagants. Termagants. Got my little picture for reference. Nope. Nope. Why have I picked the wrong one? Silly me. See these ones? Aha, right, there we are. I got it now. Sorry about that. Sorry about that indeed. Right, okay. Where are we? IQ went down to like 30 points, but I'll still take being approximately 140. Fair. Fair. Yeah, it's difficult when you hear stuff like that from the doctors as well. I know they're like going through like what you could call a checklist to like rule certain stuff out, but it can be concerning, can't it? Especially like as it gets progressively worse. They're giving me medicine now. They're giving me what's it called? Sumatriptan, something like that. So hopefully it does the job. There we are, getting back into the swing of painting now as well. After not having painted for a month. Gutted. Absolutely gutted, to be honest with you. It was nice to get away with the family though. That was quite nice. Of course, now the wind kicks up as I'm trying to prime. Yeah, I know that feeling. Living in South Wales, you can get 4 different seasons in the space of 30 minutes, any time of the year. So priming is difficult to say the least. Right, okay, reference picture quickly. And again, where are we? So with the hooves and the claws, do you think we should paint those black or purple? Because on the picture that I've got, they are black. And then the rest of the gun here is like a pale light red, which I've got corn red and then various different whites, so we could easily mix something together to get that effect on the gun. Yeah. Just looking at it now. Yeah, definitely doable. It's pretty straightforward. A Termagant. Where are we? So I'm just kind of catching up with the old comments. The camera really wants to focus on the tripod leg, just FYI. Ah, right, okay. We can fix that. We can fix that. Right, let me just put everything down a sec. Right. I think I might have accidentally shortened it. Because we never had that issue before with the tripod leg. So hopefully it's okay. Right, I think this one for now, purple wise, is done. We can revisit the black for the hooves, that is, at a later part. Right, I normally prime with an airbrush, but white pigment particles are huge, so kind of a pain with an airbrush limits me to rattle cans. Fair. Oh, there we are, perfect. Thanks for confirming, Mike. Really do appreciate that, because sometimes people won't even say anything about the camera issue or an audio issue. So I'd much rather you tell me, during the stream. Right, okay, so we're going to set this little fella to one side, and then we'll get the next one in. Start going through all the purpley bits again. Dun, 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 dun. Right. What I can see on my camera versus what I can see with my eyes is mad, mind, because on my phone, I'm looking at the screen now, and that looks like it's not like bright purple, but a much more obvious purple. But then when I'm looking at it directly with my eyes, it's very difficult to see the purple applied on the mini, which is absolutely insane. Which says to me that it's a massive lighting problem. I definitely need to get my lighting sorted out ASAP. Makes the VOD better as well. Yeah, absolutely. Well, as you know, I use a lot of the footage from these live streams to make videos. So the last thing you want is loads of unfocused footage of me trying to explain why I've done something a certain way, and then you can't even see what it is I'm trying to explain. It's more like a muted purple on this end. Oh, okay. Do you reckon it will need a couple of coats then? Or do you think maybe like once I'll probably end up doing a couple of coats anyway because I'm doing it over black. But when I do the highlights, so to speak, with how Tyranids carapaces are normally painted, so you normally have like the very subtle, like lighter lines in certain areas. Maybe it will bring it to life. Would you say? Always default to the mentality of yes, yeah, no, that's an absolutely brilliant point with regards to default into two coats. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think it's one of those ones, isn't it, with regards to like default into two coats, and it doesn't just apply to this, but like there's like I suppose you could call it like a basic set of rules that you need to follow every time you paint a mini. You follow the same set of rules when you prime. You set the same set of rules when you want to apply two coats. When you're applying, sorry, got my little concentration face out. When you're applying washes or things of that nature, because that really good trick that you taught me when I first started painting with regards to using a makeup brush to wet the mini before putting things like Nuln Oil on and things like that. So it's like a little handbook, isn't it, of like, these are the things, the non-negotiables that you want to make sure that you do every single time you paint. And then outside of that, you've got your creative freedom with regards to like maybe style, choices of paint, etc. But you catch my drift. Yeah, there's a bunch of fun stuff you can do with Nid carapaces. Edge highlighting, pinstriping. I think it's the pinstriping is the one I was referring to. I might be wrong. Dots, hashes, streaking. Might be streaking actually. It's either streaking or pinstriping. It's one of the two. There's a bunch of different designs you can do with the same 3 colours. Oh, that's good. Because I do want to... I know it might be boring to just follow the paint schemes that you see on like the box art or from Games Workshop. But because I'm still learning to paint, I'd much rather stick to that, because I know that there is a guide, if you will, to follow. There'll always be a guide to follow. And then once I get more confident with painting, I can get a bit more creative, stray from the garden path as such. There we are. That doesn't look too bad. It doesn't look too bad at all. There we go. I definitely didn't put enough paint down on the wet palette. That's why I paused then. I just like half caught your comment there, Mike. Probably thinking of streaking. Pinstriping is what I did on my nids. I don't recommend it. Well, if you don't recommend it as an experienced painter, as a novice, you're probably right then. That I'll give it a miss. Let's just put it that way. Finest fellas, how we doing, mate? Yes, it's been a while. I was explaining at the start of the stream, I've been on holiday with a family, and then I have been essentially trying to once and for all sort out these migraines and headaches that I've been getting more and more of late. And yeah, I've got it mostly sorted out, to be fair. Got loads of scans and stuff booked in to see if they can find out what the issue is. So yeah, but I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, and thank you for saying it's glad to see me back. I know that your channel's doing quite well at the moment with the live streams that you're doing with regards to your Ultramarines. As you know, I've popped into a few. Lovely setup, loads of paints. So yeah, it's nice to see that you're doing well with your streams. Really, really good. You mentioned you got a tank next, is it? A tank to paint next, I think you mentioned. That'll be a good one. I haven't bought any vehicles yet, really. So that'll be a good one to watch, actually. Sorry, I'm just adding some more paint to the wet palette and then thinning it down. Oh, good to see someone else doing nids. I'm going to be doing mine after this tank. Nice. What theme have you gone for with your NIDs? What fleet, or however they position it? I mentioned at the start of the stream I'm going with like the bog standard like box art style to start with, because I'm still learning to paint. But because I've got a whole bunch of these Termagants primed, once I've done this and I've got an idea of how to sort of paint a Tyranid, I'm going to do Behemoth, because that's the one I like the most. The red with the teal or blue. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that. I just really like the way it looks. The way it flows. I think it's called Behemoth anyway. I posted a picture of some Tyranids, some Behemoth Tyranids in the Discord way back when. Not mine, of course. Someone else's who had painted the theme. So, can't wait to get stuck into that at some point. So, my vehicle is from Vanguard. Ages ago. Impulsor transport thingy. Yeah, my knowledge still isn't good enough to know what that is. But when I see it on stream, when you stream, whenever that is next, I'll definitely have an idea of it then, for sure. I think my first ever vehicle may end up being if I get my hands on the 11th edition box set, will be the land speeder. Come to think of it. Yeah, I can't think of oh no, actually, tell a lie. I've just remembered you. I got a Chaplain on bike, so it's still a vehicle, not quite as big as a tank or a dreadnought, but a vehicle nonetheless. Well, I figured since it's the Leviathan box, I'll do Leviathan. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You could always do what I'm doing and split them up into like little batches, and maybe take like, I don't know, 3 Termagants and then like do one in like a different style. So you've got like 3 different styles, like testers, and see which one you like the most. But like you say, it's if it's the Leviathan box set, then it makes sense to go with that. You know, I myself am sticking to the box art themes, so if that's what people feel comfortable with, then I would say go with that. 100%. 100,000,000%. Dun, 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 dun. Right, just the top of the gun and catch up on old chatty chat. Oh, as per normal, it wouldn't be a Twitch stream unless we had some bots, would it? No. Banned. There we go. Right, catching up on chat after sorting out some lovely people on Twitch. Hive Feet Gorgon never gets love. Gorgon, the greenish ones. Oh, I don't think I've seen them either, Mike, actually. If you've got any, like, pictures of that fleet, like I said, I've got a whole bunch of these Termagants. I would be happy to do some, like, testers on different color Tyranids. You know, I'm already doing 3 of the purple ones and then 3 of the behemoth, and then I've got, I think, 4 left after that. But I don't even have to do 3 behemoth. I could just do 1 behemoth and then save the others then, so that we could look at maybe testing out loads of different styles, you know. Bum bum bum. Still shocked they updated that land speeder. Yeah, I'm sure someone said that they legended it, and now they've brought it back, which is basically Games Workshop's way of spinning money, I suppose, in one way, because I'm assuming that when they got legended, everyone will have got rid of them. Well, not everyone, but most people will have got rid of them. And now that they're back, people are like, oh, I'm going to have to buy another one. I have to buy a new one. Right, catching up on chat now. So, right, now that we've done that, bum 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 bum. Took a break after finishing your 17 guys. Played Star Citizen, nice. Wish I was as entertaining as you on my streams, mate. You're just fine. I think you're too critical of yourself. Don't overthink it. Just have a chat with everyone like you're down the pub with your mates. That's the best way to do it. Old Twitch, you so silly. Okay. Gorgon Termagants in the Discord. Had to figure out how to link the art. Okie dokie. Let me have a quick look. Bum bum bum. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. I've not seen that style. I've seen about 4, 5, maybe 6 different color schemes based on obviously different high fleets, but I haven't seen that one. I would say the only thing I would need to do that I don't have is the green for the more like for like the arms and legs, the tail, the side of the head, because I'm assuming for the carapace we could use like a mix of like Wraithbone and Cadian Flesh Shade potentially to get that. I don't know, what do you think? I've not been to the pub in over a decade. To be fair, I don't drink either. It's been a long time since I've gone to the pub. I'll have to come up with a different example for you. But yeah, it's just relaxing. Once you've done it like, I don't know, say 10 times, 20 times, you'll find a style that suits you. So the biggest piece of advice I can give you though, fellas, is just don't overthink it. The more you overthink it, the worse you'll make it for yourself. You know, if you force entertainment, then you won't enjoy it. You know, if you're just constantly thinking about what you're going to say next. And by all means, I'm like, you know, I'm no expert on on how to do YouTube. You know, I've only just started, you know, a few hundred subscribers. So that's just what's worked for me so far. But like I said, when I watch your streams, you know, you speak confidently, come across really well, you engage with all the comments. So, you know, I'd say you're fine. Just don't overthink it, bruh. Definitely, but yeah, you should pick up a standard bone color as a staple paint at some point. Wraith Bone is a highlight for bone. Right, okay. There we are. Because there is definitely a whole bunch of other paints or colors that I need to pick up. Like what you would call maybe like commonly used basic paints. Like I don't have a green in my collection. And then obviously you've mentioned a bone color, so that's another one. Because I know these will all be used regularly. Like greens will be used regularly, blues will be used regularly, reds, so on and so forth. So I need to sort out, like, I suppose if you want to call it like your core colors versus, you know, some colors that you're not going to use every week or even every month for that matter. But I want to make sure I've got what I would perceive as the core colors, especially if you're looking to like mix paints. And a good example of that is when we done the makeup sponge for the Space Marine, because we could mix and create different shades of blue because I had the right paints. So yeah, there's definitely a whole bunch of paints that I feel like I need to get to move the collection on. Plus, as I've already mentioned, not only on this stream, but many streams beforehand, I really want to get my hands on the 11th edition box set, which has orcs. So, I definitely need green. More than one. Lots of different shades, preferably. In an ideal world, anyway. Because that's going to be a fantastic juggling act, that is. Buying a brand new £180 uh, Warhammer box set, and then having to then convince the missus that I need a whole bunch of paints to go with it, which is probably going to cost about another 20 to 30 quid. So that's going to be interesting. That will be very, very interesting. I only had a few glasses of whiskey on New Year's last year to celebrate. Apart from that, I haven't had a drink since my kid was born. Oh, fair play. Fair play. I did what a lot of normal people do. I say normal people. It's probably the wrong words to use, but you know, I was young once. I went to uni, went to college, done the whole drinking thing. And as I've got older, apart from like if I go out for a meal, maybe someone's birthday, Christmas, I might have a pint. But saying that, the last time I had a drink was probably, I was going to say Christmas, and then I realised I did have a pint when I was on my weekend away with the family. But that was just literally a pint because I had a beer and a burger. So, yeah, nothing wrong with not drinking. Absolutely nothing wrong with it. Oh, Chaplain, I'm not overthinking at all, bud. Not at all. I'm used to video game commentary, not painting commentary. Ah, right, okay. That makes sense. I see where you're coming from now. Yeah, they're very different, aren't they? Speaking what feels like constantly on a stream versus maybe like a scripted video, whilst trying to stay entertaining. It's definitely like a period of adaptation, so to speak. Yeah, with your collection of paints, it's lovely, and whilst I think it would be amazing to just dump hundreds of pounds into a massive collection of paint, I think I'll probably do what you've done and build it up over time. Definitely. Yeah, Mike, I am starting to get it with regards to what we should be doing with paints, but that's thanks to you guys. That's all down to you guys with all of the advice that you guys have given me, all of the different techniques that you guys have talked me through, and why we're doing it that way and why we're using that much paint, and even to the extent where when we have done stuff and it hasn't gone right, it's like, right, why did it not go right? What can we do differently next time to avoid those same mistakes? Like with the blah, 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 the makeup sponge video, we straight away we realized that I'd put too much paint on the sponge for I think it was the second and third layers when we were going lighter and lighter. But that's how you learn, I suppose, isn't it? You've got to make mistakes sometimes to learn. If you don't make any mistakes, then how are you going to know what you need to change? So make mistakes. Make lots and lots of them is my advice. That's how I've learned. And ask lots of questions as well, because this community, let me tell you, it's been absolutely amazing. I'm sure there's always going to be one or two difficult customers that slip through the net, but that you could say that about any walk of life. Right, let me catch up on these comments because I feel like I've missed loads. Right. I don't know how I feel. I might skip that box as I'm not going to start an orc army. That's fair. Maybe if you've got any mates, I know some people like to do like the half and half, don't they? They'll go like, I don't want the orcs, but you've got a mate that does want orcs, and then if it's £180 for the box, you can get the Space Marine side and just go like 90 quid each. I say I wish I could do that, but I do genuinely want both. But if I wasn't fussed on one side of the box, I would definitely be looking for someone to go halvers with on the box. 1,000,000%. Give the missus some loving, then break the news to her the moment. That's what I'm going to have to do. I have to play it strategically, aren't I? Oh, mate, I did the local Golden Mile. Hit all the pubs, sampled the local women, and then carried into my early 20s. Yep, we've all been there. You want to see a wild looking orc skin prime in bright cyan, dry brush in bright yellow, wash purple, then hit it with your choice of green speed paint contrast. Great vibrant look. See, I would never have put those colours together in order to get what the look of an orc is. So I am definitely going to be doing some research and watching some videos, to say the least, prior to slapping those orcs together and painting them up, because I just love the way orcs look. They've got such a crazy slap it together look to them, And I think that's what I like about them the most, because in a way, you could argue, and the law dictates this as well, that none of it makes sense. And none of it should work, but it does. So, in terms of like their technology and such, so maybe approaching the way that they're painted could be just as fun with the same mindset. But we'll see. We shall see. Oh, this bit here, right by the chinny chin chin. Going cross-eyed. Trying to make sure I get the right bit. All right, there we go. Lovely jubbly. Right, now I will properly catch up on chat. That's how I learn. That's how I learn, but I'm not going to say that's true for everyone. Yeah, everyone learns differently, don't they? But I'm definitely being the novice and beginner that I am. There's more like they say there's more than one way to paint an orc, and there's more than one way to paint a Necron and a Space Marine, but with the same color theme, and then you're just working out which one works best for you, I suppose, isn't it? Advice to all of you, sorry. Keep your first models. Comparing and seeing progress is the best feeling, and the only comparison you should do. Yeah, funnily enough, someone else told me that as well. Panda Marshall. Is it Panda Marshall? Panda Mosh. So yeah, I'm glad to see that that's a statement, if you want to call it that is carried throughout the community. I still have the first Space Marine I ever painted in my store, where I store all my stuff, and I am not touching it. I am never going to touch it. And when you compare that to the the makeup sponge Space Marine that I did about a month ago, it is night and day. Night and day, to say the least, in comparison. I have no friends, just online friends. I'm the same. I'm originally from London, and I moved to South Wales, so my circle is very small, fellas. Very, very, very small. You'll also have to find halves of the box on eBay shortly after release. Yeah, that's a good point, actually, because I was looking into, when I first got into Warhammer, I was looking into, I think it was, is it the Indomitus box, launch box, to see if I could find a Necron half. It was one of the various options that I was looking at before I decided to buy the 500 Worlds Battalion. Ah, yes, the Orc belief system, yeah. This tank is going to bug me. I'm just sat looking at it. Oh, you starting it now, are you, fellas? You'll have to give us some progress reports on Discord, like always. You know how we love our progress reports in the form of video and photo. That's how I fell in love with the Blood Axes. After battling for humanity for so long, they noticed that camo made copyrighted practices. That's it. Sorry, I'm just reading through your comment, Edgy, on there. Absolutely. Tons of different colours, but it still works. Yeah, I think that's what makes it quite exciting with orcs, because when it comes to Necrons, for example, whilst I love the Necron lore and the way they look in terms of these like Egyptian looking robots and stuff, I just think with their paint scheme And I know you can spice it up, and I know you don't have to follow the Games Workshop way, or you don't have to follow the same sort of like 3 or 4 ways that everyone paints Necrons. But essentially what I'm getting at is, with Necrons, it's essentially the same theme. You know, you're going to paint some form of silver, you're going to make it look maybe rusty, unless you want that sort of perfected look. Maybe you go down the dynasty route. With orcs, it's anyone's guess. It's literally open forum in how you approach it. Yeah, you can go down the route of different clans and stuff like that, but you can slap them together how you see fit, and that's what I love about potentially painting the orcs. I really hope I get my hands on a 11th edition box set now. After all this talk, it'll be just my luck that I don't get my hands on a box, and I'll be absolutely gutted if that happens. You'll have it on your YouTube. Oh, there we are. Yeah, you don't have to, if you're gonna do it on YouTube, don't worry about posting pictures. Just if you want, drop a link to the video in the Discord. I'll give it a watch for sure. Don't do what I did. Every orc does not have to be unique. Yes, that'll take you forever to do otherwise, won't it? Especially with the number of orcs in the 11th edition box set. There is so many orcs. So many orcs. Well, if you don't manage to get one, and I do, I'll just sell you my box. Oh, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. I'm pretty confident I'll be able to get a box. I am pretty confident. I've taken some advice off of Edgeon about becoming quite chummy with the old local games store. I buy all my Warhammer from the local game store because it's significantly cheaper, and they have a better range of like general equipment as well. But my kids are massively into Pokemon, so since getting into Warhammer, I've spent an absolute bloody fortune in their shop. So I'm hoping, I really am hoping that I'll be able to get my hands on 11th edition. But Fellas, that is such a kind gesture, mate. I really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. Hopefully we can both enjoy the box. That would be the ideal scenario. We could even do a collab stream, you know, and do like a comparison as to how, you know, you paint up your Space Marines versus mine, and how you paint up your orcs versus mine, and try and get some people in the community to get involved and send us pics of how they've painted up their Armageddon box sets. Tell me about it. My kid always asking for Pokemon stuff. Oh, mate, it's everything from Pokemon cards to the games on the Nintendo Switch to plushies to drawing them. Everything. And then they have the audacity then to be interested in one particular hobby for, I don't know, 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, whatever it might be. Spend an absolute fortune on that hobby, and then they just go and get into something else. So that's always fun when it comes to spending money. Always keen for a collab. That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. I'd be up for a collab with anyone, to be honest. I know we've got some really good painters in the Discord. I know that we've got some people who are also learning, like me. So, you know, whether it's someone who's been painting for 20 years or someone who's been painting for 2 days, any sort of collab on YouTube or Twitch would be cool, regardless of how experienced anyone is. I reckon it'd be a good laugh, actually. We can all take the piss out of each other's amazing painting jobs that we do. That would make it quite interesting. Right, so we've got a Termagant picture here. And I am looking at... So we've got to paint the claws, the 2 claws, and the 2 hooves black. And then there is a few little, like, straggly bits, if you want to call them that, on the gun that might need some detail. Oh, nice. The prime on that Overlord has come out really good. Looks in the photo at least, it looks really clear, clean and smooth. Looks really good. Edgion, is that for your army, or is that like a piece of work that you've picked up? Just, you know, out of curiosity. Dun, dun, dun. Right, let's get the black back on the Tyranid. After having painted it, primed it in black. Feeder tubes. It's better. Took 3 Gorham coats. It's mine. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I only asked because I know you do. Is it? Do they call it? Was it called commissions? Which is pretty cool. I think that's really cool that, like the idea of someone coming to you, and I suppose, you know, paying money because they like the way that you paint. That's really cool in my opinion. Like really cool. I'm not sure I'd ever get to that point where where I'd be a commission painter, if that's what they're called. But if people do it, fair play to them, because this is tough gig. 1127. I remember that purple guy. Yes. I haven't streamed for a little while. I've been busy with going on a holiday and going to the doctors. But I'm back now. I'm back. How have you been, 1127? How have you been? And what are you working on at the moment? What sort of projects, if any, in the world of Warhammer are you working on at the moment? Commission Yazur. Ah, there we are. I'm glad that I'm retaining some information and the terminology that is used within the industry. Was talking to a client a couple of days ago who wants to do a Chaos Army, but as is often the case, I'm pretty sure he got... Oh, the scope of what he wants, yeah. A lot of people don't realise the amount of work that needs to go into Chaos. I nearly done it. I was very close to buying the you know, the Red Corsairs box, the one that was like 160 quid, came with like 30-40 minis. I was very close to buying that when I got my Huron Blackheart box set, and I watched a whole bunch of videos, of course, and every video was the same thing. People moaning about, not moaning as such, but let's say not looking forward to the amount of painting for certain parts, like the trim and the level of detail So I'm glad I didn't now. Because if I had hair, I would have been pulling it out. Let's put it that way. The thought of painting that much like that. I don't know, I might have loved it. I've not had to do any, like, proper army painting yet, actually, to be honest with you. Chaos Trim Zone, baby! 21, 11:27. Work, dogs, storms, business as usual. Yep, absolutely that indeed, mate. Could not agree more. I've been exactly the same in that sense. You know, working, family life, all the usual bits and bobs. Nothing out of the ordinary. A cheeky win on the lottery would be nice. That definitely would be out of the ordinary. And it would change things. I'd have my own Warhammer shop for starters. That'd be pretty nice, actually. Just having my own Warhammer shop if I won the lottery. I can come and go as I please, picking up as many boxes of different models. That'd be quite mad, actually. Come to think of it. If money was no object when it came to Warhammer, I don't know how I would approach army building and painting. Let's say, for example, right, that there was no having to worry about finding the time to paint and build your army, and you didn't have to worry about the amount of money that you spend on an army. The way in which you would approach building an army then, the painting and building of it, that's a very interesting thought, you know? Very interesting thought. Like, my brain is now working on overdrive. The fact that I've now just put that idea in my head, I've got about 1,000,001 thoughts. Would I go full throttle on that initial idea that I had of building 3 armies, or would I focus on maybe buying every single unit that ever existed in one said army and then move on to the next one? I don't know. If time and money was no object in Warhammer and you could do whatever you want, I don't know. Over to you guys on that one. Benzie, how we doing, mate? Thank you very much for joining us over on Twitch. I promise you, I'm not talking to myself. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So if some of what I'm saying doesn't make sense, it's because someone's popped a question or something of that nature over on YouTube. But how are you doing, Benzie, mate? How are you doing? What are you working on at the moment, Warhammer-wise? Have you got any ongoing projects, any projects that you're about to start? What's going on with yourself? You'd love to own your own hobby store. Yeah, that would be sick. That would be really, really good. I'd just be sat around all day painting. I know when I've walked into different Warhammer shops, whoever's on duty at the time, you know, they're just sat at the table, you know, slapping miniatures together or painting them and stuff before, you know, maybe someone asks them a question or something like that. But the thought of owning your own shop is pretty cool, to be honest with you. Someone locally hit a £41 million jackpot with one of our lottery things. That's really... I've never met anyone who's won any substantial amount of money, let alone, you know, the lottery. I've known people to have won, like, you know, a couple of £100 and stuff, but never like a significant amount of money. Painting Iron Hands right now, whilst watching your stream. Oh, nice, cool. How are you getting on with them? Like, what stage of the painting process are you? Are you like, have you just primed them? Are you finishing them off? How many models have you got? You know, is it just maybe a few Space Marines, or have you got a much bigger collection than that there, Benzie? You'd build a 2,000 point army of Admech. Nice. I remember we spoke about Admech before, didn't we, Edgion? And how the value, not necessarily value for money, but value, the money that you spend for the points you get in return is a hot topic, shall we say, to say the least. Yeah, I don't know what I'd do. I don't know. I don't know if I'd just walk straight into Games Workshop and just say I want one of each for every unit that existed on, you know, like Necrons, for example. And then to go one further than that, would I want to say, I wouldn't be able to do this in Games Workshop as such, but, you know, would I go through like all the old editions, you know, go onto places like eBay and start buying all of the old school models as well, just to say, right, I own one of each Necron model or Ultramarines model or Orc model that's ever existed and have it nicely displayed. I don't know. Would it put me off? Would I get bored? Would it become a chore? I don't know. Just started with Warhammer myself. Oh, nice. Nice. Welcome to the hobby. It wasn't that long ago that people were saying that to me, Benzie, actually. I only started painting and assembling minis in January this year, having fallen into the hobby via Space Marine 2 in December, the month before. So at the moment, I'm highlighting my 4th Marine. Nice. No pressure, Benzie, but we have a Discord server. There is a link down below on Twitch. And the reason I'm letting you know about this is because we've got a community there at the moment of about nearly 50 people. And everyone posts their work in progress minis, their finished minis, and everyone gives, you know, hypes each other up. Some people ask for feedback. Some people ask for help. Some people want to say, like, oh, is there a certain product that's good for XYZ? It's a really, like, collaborative, helpful community. Plus, I'm mega nosy and I love to look at what everyone's working on. So if you use Discord, I'd love to see what you're working on. That'd be pretty cool. And I'm a beginner myself as well, so we don't judge. We definitely don't judge. The points per dollar is not acceptable. See, I knew, that's it. I've set you off on one now, Mike, and that's it. I remember we spoke about this before, so I hope I haven't set you off. I've pushed the button, and I shouldn't have. And you know me, I'm the guy who yeah, this is exactly it. This was the conversation I remember now, because you're okay as such with the way GW does their pricing, and I know it's a very sore subject for a lot of people, but AdMech is where the line is drawn. Did someone say eBay? Glances at the 100 books I have from eBay. Yeah, to be fair, Dan, you've done exceptionally well on the eBay front when it comes to the books. Once I've finished reading the books that I have, I might go down the eBay route, because I bought all of mine brand new, having been brand new to the hobby. So essentially didn't really know any better, didn't know where I should be looking. But the difference in cost, man, jeez. That's where I'm going with this. It's the difference in cost. And ultimately, unless you're building like a proper collection that you want to keep forever, then fair enough in terms of like wanting them to be mint condition. But if you're planning to, this is not to you specifically, Dan, but generally, if someone is like just planning on reading the book and then moving on, I'd go down the eBay route for sure, 100%, because it doesn't matter if they're new, does it? As long as you can read it, right? Or am I the only one that thinks like that? Ah, jeez. Maybe I am the only one that thinks like that. There we go. Have to get a 1-to-1 scale Dodge Hellcat first, then maybe a new shop attached to a new house. That sounds pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I'm not okay. I understand and appreciate their decisions as such. Yeah, okay, no, that's definitely the better way of putting it compared to how I explained it just a moment ago. So funnily enough, that was not my wife. That was actually my youngest son. He is currently playing on his VR in his bedroom with his friends. And as you've just found out, they are rather bloody loud, to say the least. They're playing a game, I think something to do with, I think it's called Backrooms or something, and it's like a bit of a horror-y type game where they get like chased by monsters and stuff. So they're often shouting and screaming like little girls. So golden opportunity. What golden opportunity do I have? And sorry if I'm being stupid. That would more likely be the case. When you say golden opportunity and I'm like that, what? I often don't read between the lines. Not because I don't want to, normally because I've completely missed it. Ah, right. Okay. Okay. I see where you're going with this, Mike. Yeah, that's a nice little trick, that is. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna stick it in the back pocket, and when I finish when I finish up tonight with the old Warhammer, and maybe they're a bit more calm, I'll catch them off guard and really make them pup the old pants, as they say. That would make things interesting. What makes it even more interesting as well is the missus is out today with her friends, so it's just me and the kids. It really is a golden opportunity. Mrs. will come home now and I'm going to get into trouble, but it'll be well worth it. Well worth the hassle. Make sure it's on Surge Protector prior. Guess I wasn't really shocked at GW's pricing when I really started looking at minis. I did vintage NASCAR kits die-cast repaints, not cheap. I wouldn't even know where to start in that world. What was the... You say it wasn't cheap, because I know like modeling hobbies in general, whether it's like NASCAR, as you say, obviously, you know, model trains is massively popular and expensive. What sort of... How much more expensive was it? Like, what's the comparison, would you say? Okay. Right, 2 seconds, guys. 2 seconds. 2 seconds. Sorry about that. I just had to pop the stream on mute whilst I spoke with the old son. Because I don't know if you guys just heard that, but he just screamed at the top of his voice. And I'm sure my neighbours really appreciate that at 9:30. I'm sure I'm louder at times on this bloody stream. You don't want to fry his PlayStation or computer. Oh, right. Okay. I see what you mean now. That would be... decals were 20. Last one was 75. Okay. And that's just for one vehicle, is it? Sorry, I'm just cross-referencing my picture as I paint. I've got more more self-control. I wish I'd have thought of it before coming onto the stream. If I wasn't streaming, I would have done it by now. I didn't even think about it. Oh, so that is for one vehicle. How big is it roughly? Because I did wonder, like, comparison size wise as well, because that will obviously have an impact on, like, you know, the price. Well, not from the person selling it, because they can charge whatever they want, right? Uh, 1/24th, right? Okay. I'll once I'm finished on stream, because these things they always pique my curiosity. Um, Even if it's not something that interests me as such in terms of like pursuing it as a hobby. I like looking into these sorts of things just out of, like I said, just pure curiosity. Um, Especially as it's like, you know, a similar hobby. It's always kind of cool to understand how other companies and industries approach these things. Oh, I think I got something on the end of my paintbrush. And before someone says paint, it's not paint. It's something else. Some fluff. I've got a good question with regards to different types of miniatures as such. The other day, I've watched a lot of YouTube over the last few weeks because of having been ill, and I've consumed a lot of Warhammer content around like kit bashing and painting and people building armies. And then I came across something that I didn't even know existed. And I thought painting miniatures like this was difficult. And then I found Warhammer Epic, the Horus Heresy Legionnaires Epic collection. And they're like 8 millimeters tall. And you fit like 3, 4, 5 miniatures, if you want to call them miniatures, onto one base. it looks incredibly cool. I love the concept, and I would absolutely love to buy some one day and paint them up. However, I would definitely need to make sure first that I have improved as a painter, and I would definitely need to have a light, and possibly, not definitely, but possibly some sort of magnifier. But I thought they were absolutely cool AF. Really, 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 really cool, to the point where I was on the GW website and I was looking at the prices. I was looking at the old ones and how they were priced from back in the day. But like I say, I would have to be much more confident in my ability as a painter, and I would, what was the other thing? I'd want to make sure I have the right equipment first in order to be able to tackle that particular task. Someone had started up a new company doing NASCAR kits. They started around $45, $50 pre-COVID. Well, yeah, I suppose when you look at that, 45, $50 pre-COVID, and then you mentioned there was what, the one that you had last was what, 75 quid. When you compare that to a Warhammer, a Games Workshop, you know, they're a market leader in this particular space. I wouldn't say that's out of the ordinary, really. It's quite it's definitely more expensive, yes, but not too crazy, you know? Not too crazy. Yeah, the teeny tiny guy, the teeny guys, they're not as hard as they look, weirdly, because you can communicate so much with so little. That's true. Yeah, a lot of the videos that I saw, when they were like painting them up and stuff, they were doing it with contrast paints, which I found quite interesting, because I still really haven't used contrast paints, except the only time I used a contrast paint really was when I did the Necron blades. But apart from that, I haven't done any contrast, really. Like I say, that's probably about it. I do want to give it a go at some point, though. I want to do like a whole mini in contrast, and then do like all the highlights and stuff afterwards, you know? Oh, just getting myself a drink. Oh, as you can tell, I'm sure some of you have noticed I'm properly bunged up at the moment. But the show must go on. I don't want to be sat in my bed not being able to do Warhammer for months and months on end. I couldn't think of anything worse. Benzie, painting with a magnifier doesn't work for me personally, because you essentially need to relearn brush control with the different sizes and distances. Okay, now that's a good point. I've never used a magnifier either myself. I've just seen like other people use them, and I was curious to see, you know, what all the fuss was about, really, with those that do use it. But you make a good point. I didn't even think about that with regards to like having to relearn. Well, yeah, just relearning to paint, to be honest with you. And having only just started that journey, the thought of having to start it again, not that it's a bad thing, considering you want to progress, right? It would, it's quite counterintuitive as such. So maybe I won't get them. Maybe I'll. Saying that as well, the what was it? It was two or three different channels that had done like a whole bunch of different paint jobs on these epic minis. None of them used magnifiers. And for those of you that know what the epic scale size is of those miniatures, they are bloody tiny. So fair play to those guys. But as I have spoken with Edgy on in the past, I think we're in agreement that I definitely just need to upgrade some lighting a lot more closely to where I am. And I think that will solve the majority of the problems. Because I don't have a dedicated setup either, it makes it more difficult, especially when trying to convince the wife that I need to buy all this stuff, then store it somewhere, and then I'm getting it like in and out all the time as well. She isn't always as pleased. She isn't that pleased about me doing it all the time. So I've got to box smart, as they say. I always avoid painting faces, but with fine details, I think a magnifier could be really helpful. Yeah, absolutely. Like for someone who's never used a magnifier yet, you sort of list the pros and cons, don't you? So I'll probably give it a go at some point, just to say that I've given it a go to see if it is for me. But in terms of what you said previously, Benzie, you make an absolutely fantastic point about relearning to paint, essentially. So these are all the things that you've got to take into consideration when testing a new technique, I suppose. And this stuff costs. Oh, stuff costs money. My dog's here, as you've just seen. She's come to say hello. It wouldn't be a stream unless Puppy come and said hello, eh? Right, let's catch up on the comments. You start getting to the bang for the buck effect. Think a Titus Mini is $40. That one little guy, $40. Yeah, absolutely spot on. And the thing is, these companies know as well that they'll get that people will buy the minis, especially when you look at someone like Titus, because of how many people have come into the hobby because of the game. It's it's a marketing no-brainer. They know what they're doing, don't they? Even just an old thrift store table lamp, with a good bulb. Yeah, that's what I need. I just need something. Funnily enough, my the local games store, they posted the other day, they've got a whole, I haven't been in since because obviously I've been ill, but they've essentially got a whole wall of different like workbench and desk lamps. Blake, yeah. Could you grab a treat for both for us, please? Can you call her? Sorry, my dog's just been to the toilet. And we're finishing off toilet training now. But yeah, back to my point is, my local game store have got a whole bunch of lamps in at the moment. And they're not expensive. They're anything from like £10 to 30 odd quid, dependent on like the size. And you've got like fancy ones with bells and whistles. So, have you got it, bud? No. It's on top of the fridge. I know, I can't get that. Use the stool, Blake. Sorry about that. Yes, so Doggo. Yes, Doggo is here. Tell her it's your therapy and it's cheaper than most. It is. And women spend a lot of money on, makeup and creams and God knows whatever else they use to keep themselves pretty and clean. Lean into it, and when she's about to burst, that's when you start dropping, well, hun, if I had my own studio space. Oh, now that's a thought, isn't it? Imagine having my own studio space. That right there is the dream. The puppy is a Pomeranian. And she is about 6 to 7 months old. So yeah, not that not that old. Yeah, I didn't know much about Pomeranians until we got little Bo. She is a handful, to say the least. Very energetic, constantly wanting to do stuff, attention. And I've had puppies before, you know, growing up, and so yeah, it's not like I've come into it with like, oh my god, you know, being a diva. She is crazy, trust me. But in a good way, not in a bad way. She loves walks, which is, you know, an obvious one. Most dogs do, don't they? But she won't come in. When we're coming home, she just won't go through the front door. She just she wants to stay out, which is quite funny. Pressure always the tool. When I was married, I'd explain to my missus, well, if I'm out of the way, got my own space to do this, you have your peace and quiet. Yeah, that's another good point. That is another good point. Funny you should say that, actually, because not that this is like not normal, but when we first got together, like 15 years ago, she had never had like a TV in her room. I think it was like a parents thing growing up, right? Like not being allowed. And when we moved in together, I had a TV put in the bedroom, and it was like a game changer because at the time I'd play a lot of games, like video games. So she'd have a TV in the bedroom, and I've played that exact card that you've mentioned there, Fellas, with regards to, oh, you know, you can be in the bedroom and watch all your, you know, all your reality TV shows that I don't like watching, and soaps and blah 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 blah. You can, you know, you can have your own peace and quiet, and then I'd be, you know, downstairs in the living room with on with all the boys playing all the video games. There's always an angle. There's always an angle. You just gotta find it. Ran herd on a Papillon for 13 years. Little smart ass. Pardon my language. No, swearing's fine. Don't worry about swearing. It's all good. We're not excessive swearers, but you know what I mean. It's, you know, it's okay. But yeah, dogs, they can certainly be little smart asses, and they know how to play games. And I'm not talking about the literal player game. I'm talking about, you know what I'm getting at. Kitsune, how's the painting going? I need to paint my army as they are only primed currently. Yeah, painting's going well. Doing a test, if you want to call it that, at the moment, in the sense of I had a whole bunch of Termagants primed. I think it was, I can't remember if it was 9, 10 or 11 Termagants primed from the introductory box set that I bought way back in, I want to say January. I might be getting my dates mixed up. Somewhere around there, December, January time. And I've painted some Space Marines. I've painted some Necrons. So I wanted to just switch it up, see how I felt about painting some Tyranids, and I want to try the different hives, different hive fleets. So this one is the one that you see on all the box art, and then the next 3 after this is gonna be the behemoth, the red and bluey teal colours, which at the moment, from all the schemes and themes that I've seen, the red and teal is my favourite looking of the bunch so far. But hey, you never know. I might be pleasantly surprised once I start painting up some other ones. So we'll have to wait and see. But what are you painting at the moment? You mentioned that you need to paint your army, but they're only primed. What army? And apologies if you've already told me on a previous stream, as I'm sure you can appreciate. Lots of people in and out telling me about their armies. So to keep up with what everyone has got, I'd have to have a massive spreadsheet. Can you imagine if I had a spreadsheet with everyone's info on it regarding their armies? It'd be bloody humongous. Paps and Poms are similar. Yeah, I'll have to have a look. My list of curiosity subjects for after stream is growing. At a quite a pace at the moment, but I love that. It gives me something to do when I'm finished on stream. I can't just go straight to bed, as in to sleep. So I'll sit down on my phone and I'll have a little scroll. So these are all the little things now that I'll have in the back of my mind before I go to sleep. What on earth is that? There was a big clump of something then on the old, I nearly called it a toothbrush. It's definitely not a toothbrush. Yeah, there's a big clump of something then. That was odd. Right. Huh. Okay. Right, back to it. I'm an excessive swearer. I knew I wanted to hire him when he dropped his third F-bomb during the interview. One of my former bosses. Hey, look, each to their own, isn't it? I don't have anything against people swearing. Some people do, though, don't they? I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me. I've got friends just like that. They just can't stop swearing. Every other word is a swear word. And then I got other mates that are like the complete opposite end, where when you do hear him swear, it's like a gasp moment, which is ridiculous. But you catch my drift. Got to go buy a whole bunch of paints to do my Leviathan guts. Don't forget your admin grey. That's another one. The greys, I need to get greys. There's different ones, isn't there? You got, what is it? Is admin grey as in administratum grey? That's another one. I'm just seeing your back and forth there, Fellas, with Eddie. Chaplain, pre-warning: if you collab with me and I make a mistake, you want a blooper machine. Nah, we won't need a blooper machine. What we'll do is we'll give everyone fair warning. Fair warning up front before and regularly during the stream at what to expect with regards to language and behaviour. Enter at your own risk, shall we say. Do you prefer army painting, or do you paint 1 minute at a time? Being as new as I am to Warhammer, you would probably think that by now, 5-6 months into the hobby, that I would have maybe painted up, a fairly decent-ish portion of an army, but I haven't. It doesn't. I'm not put off by it as such, but the thought of painting a couple of minis or an individual is definitely more appealing on paper to me. But I haven't had to paint an army yet. But I will, because I do want to learn how to play. And obviously a lot of the boxes that you buy do come in packs of like 5s and 10s in some cases. I know, like the Necrons, for example, which is one of the armies that I'm collecting at the moment. It comes, is it 10? I want to say 10. I might be wrong. Sorry, I'm just looking at this Necron. This this Tyranid, to make sure that I've got all the paint that I need on him before I move on to the next one. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Benzie. I'm not sure yet. It's to be confirmed. What about yourself? Obviously, being new as well, or newish, it's nice to hear what your opinion is on the matter, so to speak. Righty then, back over to more comments on YouTube this time. Kitsune. Oh, first time here. Okay, cool. There we are. Oh, well, welcome, and thank you very much for coming along. Much appreciated for you to spend your precious time with us. I know time is valuable to everyone, so thank you very much for coming along, chilling out with everyone, working on some projects whilst watching and discussing Warhammer, which is always pretty cool in my opinion. Playing Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights, but was playing Tyranids to begin with. Oh, nice. How big are your armies then? I was just explaining, Kitsune, I was just explaining to Benzie on Twitch earlier that we have a Discord. Links are all down in the description. And we all share our finished projects, our working projects, share feedback, ask for advice, talk about different products so that people can get a better idea on what's available in the market. It's a very collaborative, positive, build each other up type of environment. Really, really, really positive. So, and there's also the fact that I'm super duper nosy, and want to know what everyone else's work looks like. So if you use Discord, no pressure of course, but if you use Discord, then feel free to pop some photos on. I'd love to have a look at what your armies look like. And whilst I've got you all, right, a quick shameless plug. It wouldn't be a Chaplain JC stream if we didn't have a shameless plug smack bang in the middle. If you're watching on Twitch, why not head over to YouTube and subscribe? If you're watching on Twitch, why not drop me a follow if you haven't done so already? And for those of you that are new over on YouTube, please do subscribe, because at the start of today's stream, I was only 8 subscribers off of 400. So if I log off this evening and find that I've got 400 subscribers, I would be over the moon to achieve that this weekend. And another way you can help out in getting the channel over that 400 mark is liking the stream. Helps get the stream and the channel out in front of new people. I know we're not a fan of AI, but it helps the algorithm and it helps the channel. So subscribe, like the goddamn stream. You know you want to. You know it makes sense. Share it with your nan. Share it with your uncle. And jump in the Discord if you fancy, if you've got access. So enough about that. Shameless plug out the way. Back to the comments section. Right. Administrator, I'm great. Yes. Yeah, I'd consider that as staple grey. Okay, there we are. I'll add that to my list then. Language, English. Behaviour, no. I want to get really good at painting, but it's a slow process. I wish I could sub more and more, but alas, I'm only able to do it once. Oh, too kind. Far too kind, fellas. Far, far too kind. I really do appreciate your support. Pound on that algorithm. Well said, 1127. See? I knew I could count on you guys. Right, Bobo. Right, down. Down, down, down. Down, down, down. I started around a year ago. Only painted 3 models fully out of the armies I have. They are primed, but that's as far as I've gone. Yeah, there's no harm in that. Everyone goes at their own pace. I've not exactly painted that many models, especially for the amount of boxes of models that I own versus the amount I've painted is actually rather shameful, to be honest. But it is what it is. Like I said, if you've got any pictures and you don't mind sharing, and you don't mind, and you use Discord, then feel free to share away. And if you do need any advice on anything, there are some lovely people across the platform that would be more than willing to help, who are far more qualified than I am as well, may I add. I'm a mere noob. A mere noob in all of this. Sorry about that, guys. In case you're wondering why there's nothing on camera, I'm just mixing up some more paints. Ready for the final little Tyranid in this production line that I have created. Have you seen the colour scheme of Hive Fleet Typhoon? It's my personal favourite, but Behemoth is a close second. I don't think I have seen that colour scheme, actually. Feel free to pop a picture in the Discord, but if you don't or you can't, I'll add it to the list of things that I'm going to look at before bed, because anything Warhammer related always piques my curiosity, and I am doing, as I was talking to Edgy on earlier, I am doing a number of I keep saying experiments, they're not experiments. Tests, probably the better word. Trying all the different themes for Tyranids to see which one I like best. So it'd be cool to have a look, to see what colours and how it sits on the model, you know? Righty then, what have we got over here? Over the last year, I maybe 1 or 2 a year. But so far, this year, I've achieved 34 minis. Yeah, I was going to say, you done that whole box, like, within a couple of months recently, no? That was a pretty good job. I'd definitely still be working on that now. So, you've definitely got that nailed down in terms of upping the completion rate, fellas. Saying that though, how much has the airbrush helped in speeding up how much minis or how many minis you've done? Because you just said that you done normally like a couple a year prior, and then you've managed to knock out 34 so far. How much of that's been influenced by the airbrush? And you're still learning to use that, I imagine, as well. My point being that, once you really get the hang of it, you'll probably be able to do it even faster, no? And knock out even more. Which is a good thing, right? Amazing Fellas has been working on his self-talk. Proud of you, buddy. Currently magnetizing one of my knights so that I can use all the weapons to keep costs down. That's pretty cool. That's actually a really good idea because you can have different loadouts, can't you? Yeah, you can do different loadouts, which is pretty cool. I never thought of that before, actually. I don't have anything that would apply to that particular thought process, but that's not to say that I wouldn't use it moving forwards, because I'm sure there's definitely some models that I'll buy in the future that will benefit from that. I'll have to have a little look. Somebody posted a race car in Miniflex Help who bought the pitchforks and torches. We've got to run that guy out of there. I wonder who that could have been. Nice. Very nice. And you done all of that? You like, is that all like painted on as well, or how? Like, how does? Oh God, knocking my camera over. It's a good job. Very nice indeed. Oh God. Sorry about that. I've got all sorts popping up on my screen. Right, okay. Trying to catch up on chat whilst sorting out my dog as well. Keeps nudging me in the side. They're making a left turn. Well, the airbrush has helped. Oh, there we are. This is making me want to get that airbrush even more. Despite the deep cleans. Little. Right, okay. Sorry, I've got your name wrong there. Little Peter Turbo, I thought it was going to read. Have you kit bashed or 3D printed your own Tyranids? No, I haven't done any kit bashing of any kind since starting the hobby. And I haven't done any 3D printing either. I don't have access to a 3D printer at home. And I haven't looked into, using one externally, so to speak. Maybe I will one day. Kit bashing, on the other hand, though, I am super duper interested in kit bashing. Why do you ask, out of interest? Require, how are we doing? Thanks for dropping by this evening. How have you been? What are you working on at the moment, my friend? Nice to see you as always, and I hope you're well. One kit has 7 different knights that it can be played as. Well, in that particular scenario, using those magnets to change loadouts would be like ideal. I can certainly see why you've done it. Can you imagine having to buy 12 knights? You'd be skint. Absolutely skint. Magnetizing is best suited for vehicles and monsters, but not all models as are created equal in regards to ease. I seen, like, obviously when I watch YouTube videos, I see it's not quite the same as magnetizing weapons and arms and heads and whatever else, but a lot of people use them on their bases, don't they? So they can transport the minis from like one venue to another in their car and stuff without it getting broke, which is, it's good. Just the white and green, rest is decals. Oh, nice. How long would it take you from you've gone to the shop, you've bought it, it's in the box, you get home, and then how long would it take you to then assemble, paint, put everything together, decals, the lot? Like, what is the average process for a vehicle like the one you've posted, like that size? Out of curiosity. Thankfully, knights are very easy to magnetize. I'll have to have a look at that, like I said, because I'm assuming you could probably magnetize a dreadnought, which at some point I am going to buy. A dreadnought, that is. Whether I buy an Imperial Knight at some stage or not, I don't know. I've not looked into it, to be honest with you. They look cool, though. We've had some really cool ones posted in the Discord before now as well. But like I say, could it be used? Could you magnetize the loadouts for? Because I know you can have different loadouts for dreadnoughts, can't you? Or am I talking utter rubbish here about different loadouts for dreadnoughts? I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure there's an option in the kit to have different parts for different weapons for different things. Knights are great for it. Working on your final exam. 6, 8 done, 2 to go. Oh, well, the very best of luck. Hopefully it goes well, and hopefully you get enough time to work on it all to get the job done. Obviously, that would be the ideal scenario. We've all got our fingers crossed for you, bro. 100%. Outer Zone, how we doing, bro? Thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you've been well. I know you're always active in Discord, so generally speaking, I know you're all good. But how are you doing this evening? You good? Being forced to watch Eurovision, so can't watch the stream, unfortunately. Send help. Oh, no. That sounds like a lovely scenario that you're in there, Outer Zone. I definitely don't envy you at all right now. Oh, dear. Die cast around 50 to 60 hours. Full-on plastic kit build around 75. Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting you to say that. As in, I was expecting you to say, like, less. That's a lot of time. Fair play. It's a lot of time and effort that goes into putting all that together then. Right, come on then. Down. Down, down, down. Here's your toy. Take your toy. There we are. Right. Let's get the rest of these. No, down please. It's never good when you're trying to paint the small details on and your dog's knocking your arm or trying to sniff your paintbrush. There we are. Go on. Right, down. Down, down, down. No. No, no, no. Come on. Be a good girl. Be a good girl. That's it. Thank you. What do you want to do? Do you want to paint, do you? Yeah? Or do you want to eat the model? You want to eat the Tyranids, is it? Is that what it is? You don't like the Tyranids? Yeah? Righty then. Hey Aldi, no help incoming. Best we can do. This time is condolences. Oh, in my mouth. Oh, you're welcome, Require. Like I said, very best of luck. Aldazone sending the Adeptus Astartes Ultra to your position. Prepare for the extract, brother. I think I had 80 hours or so in that. That's mad. That is mad. Obviously, I have no context as to like how long those vehicles would typically tend to take because I've never done it before. So I'm not sure why I was expecting it to be less than, 75 hours, for example. But I suppose from a value for money point of view, though, if that's how long it's taking you and how long it takes people on average to put these kits together, you're getting serious value for money, which is great. Which is what you want, really, isn't it? All yours have been magnetized as I use Stronghold to transport them. Had to magnetize you is it Stronghold boxes? Wooden glass panel on the front, and then you've got like different shelves you can put different sizes. I think I've seen the advert for that on someone's YouTube channel. The reason I'm asking is I want to get something to store my minis as well. Are they good? Can you vouch for them? What's the general cost as well? Because I want to pick something up to store my minis in. I'm running out of space, and I know if I start taking space up elsewhere, the missus is gonna have absolutely none of it, and I mean absolutely none of it. So trying to plan ahead for the inevitable of me running out of space of where I'm storing them at the moment, which is a fun game to play. Living on the edge when it comes to my relationship. My freeway relationship is like a little love triangle. Me, the missus, and Warhammer. And trying to keep everyone happy. It's fun. Well, some say it's fun. Others probably say it's something else, but it is what it is. Oh, back again, Bo? Where have you been? What do you want? Right, down you get. Down you get. That's it. Little extra love for the commission gig. Oh, nice. You do commissions for it as well, do you? That's cool. What's the matter? What's the matter? Half this stream is going to be just you, isn't it? Is that what it is? You want to be famous, do you? You want to be famous. You want to be famous on YouTube. Yeah? Right. 2 seconds, guys. I'm just going to make sure she doesn't need to go to the toilet. I'm just going to sort her out. I'll be 2 seconds. Literally 2 seconds. Oh, right. Come with him. Let's have a look, shall we? Ah, I see. Okay. I see. Yeah, I know. I can see. I can see. Right. Here we go. Right. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. Just had to sort the doggo out a second. That was all. Right, what have I missed? Do you like dags? What's dags? Dags as in dogs, or are you referring to something else? Am I not reading between the lines? Quick, everybody hide whilst he's gone. Dun 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 dun. Oh, come on. Oh no, what have I done now? What have I missed? What the hell? Oh, right, okay. There we are. I thought I'd messed that bit of the paint up then. It's my poxy eyes. Oh, snatch. Bloody hell. Ah, that straight over my head. What an absolute sausage of a geezer. See, having been ill recently, I would blame it on me having been ill, but that's no excuse. That is definitely, if there was a yellow card, red card system, I would definitely have got a book in there. 100% I would have had a book in for that. No excuses. um, the movie or the hairy clown variety? Oh, wow. It's a I'm so glad you've asked that question. It's made me smile. This is exactly why, fellas, if you're still in chat and you said earlier about like your swearing and stuff like that, this is why we're not going to have any issues when we collab, because this is clearly an over 18 stream with the occasional subject of conversation. I think we're more than safe. That's actually tickled me. That has. Uh, I wasn't expecting you to to ask that question, Egion. Really caught me off guard. Alrighty then. Okay. Right. Okay. So we've got the blacks on the feet and the claws, if you want to call them that. Right, let's pop that down there first, and then give the old paintbrush a clean before we have a look at the reference picture for next steps. I'm not one to kink shame. Never change. Never change. I love it. It's definitely my type of humor for sure. 100%. As you can tell, I've been laughing my head off and haven't stopped smiling. So, oh, hello to everyone on Twitch arriving. We've got a cheeky little raid going on. First time raider. Hello. Valhalla Painting. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. How are we doing? French Invasion. Welcome to the stream. I hope everyone who is tuning in right now is well. We're in the process of painting some Tyranids. If Tyranids are your bag, we've got 3 here that we are painting up on a production line style. So hopefully Tyranids are your jam. Everyone on YouTube is also saying hello to you guys over on Twitch. So I'm currently streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. So it's not me randomly talking to myself. I'm not going insane and having odd conversations. Don't worry. But welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for popping along. For anyone that's new here, why do you watch these streams? In the sense of, do you watch them whilst playing video games? Do you watch them whilst you're working on Warhammer minis yourself? Maybe you're doing it for another reason, perhaps. Let me know. Why do you tend to watch these streams? It's always good to know. I used to watch the streams so that I could learn how to paint and look at everyone's different miniatures and learn lore. People would often, talk about lore as well. Painting streams whilst painting. Yeah, exactly. Exactly that indeed. So that's what a lot of people do, I think. That's the obvious one. So I have, I used to, before I got into Warhammer, I would often have a Twitch stream or a YouTube stream in the background whilst I was playing a game on the PlayStation and stuff. That was always quite chill, to be fair. But yeah, no, I really do appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Okay, so I think we're going to tackle the little Tyranid guns next, because I want to get most of the base colours down first, if that makes sense, before I start doing any like highlights or shading really. I want to get all of the main colours down, and for the picture that I've got, there are a couple of different pictures that I've got of the Termagants, and one of them the majority of them have the gun as like a reddish gun. It's like an off reddish, like a light reddish, I suppose. So I'm going to have to... Do you think it would be best to paint the guns with some white first, so that the red can go over better? Or if I paint the red over on the black, is the red going to get lost in the black, do you think? Because I've only got one red, and that red is... excuse me, it's corn. Is it corn? Yeah, corn red is what I've got. But I was thinking, when I'm looking at the reference pictures, they've clearly either primed the model in white first, or they've painted the gun underneath white first before painting red. Ah, there we are. Two coats of corn, is it? Happy days. We'll go with that then. And this will be the first time I'm actually cracking open the red, I think. I don't think I've opened the red yet, which is quite cool. Right, let's get that production line back. Get you two over there. I'll get you in here. There we go. Oh. We'll get you in there like that. I'll give this little boy a shake first. I know one of these days I'm going to shake these poxy pots and the lid is going to come flying off or something, and I'm going to get paint everywhere, and the missus is going to murder me. Well, it will look like someone's already been murdered if it's corn red. Corn is the same thickness as your Nagaroth. Remember to thin. Yes, I will certainly be thinning the paints for sure. Yeah, this is the first time I've used it. It's stuck in there pretty good. Pretty goddamn good. Alright, okie dokie. Let's get some red down on the miniature. Not the miniature, on the wet palette. And then water it down. And then on to the gun. So, shouldn't need too much because there isn't... oh, God. I've always got something going on. Absolute nightmare. Oof. Right, let's thin this puppy down. Right, 2 coats should be more than enough. Holy crap, my Twitch still works. Who is that? Is that Edgion? Is that you on Twitch? Have you come over to the dark side? Have you come over and had a little look? Have you? If I was a guessing man, that would be my guess as to who's come over. No. Okay. I'm old and lazy. Okay. Holy crap, my Twitch still works. Is that someone that's come from... Ah, right. Okay. That's fair enough. Okay. I know who... Ah, there we are. I should have realised this. The name gives it away, really, doesn't it? What an absolute plonker. I'm not having the best of evenings, am I? Connecting the dots. Oh gosh. Right, let's get to painting this weapon then. Do I want to paint? Is it the whole weapon in red? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. Not the whole weapon, sorry. The bits that I haven't painted purple, which is that top bit there, really. Right, let's load that brush up with some paint. And then we can have a little go. Right, I need to take some more off of this patch. There we go. There we go. Nice and thin. Oh mate, I can't wait. I can't wait 11/27. By the time I get to 50, if my current state of mind is anything to go by, I'm in trouble because tonight's been a nightmare for connecting the dots and reading between the lines and God knows whatever else. Like I said, I'm gonna cop out and I'm gonna use the excuse of I've been ill of late. But we all know deep down that that's not really the real reason. I'm just an absolute plonker. You don't even remember 50. Really? Oh. Oh. Well, at least you're enjoying it. That's the most important thing, yeah? Enjoying retirement. Enjoying retirement. That sounds like a dream, though. Retiring and then just having nothing but Warhammer to do. Maybe that's why everyone has a pile of shame. Because they're saving it for when they retire. That's why everyone has a pile of shame. Because they know when they retire is there. You ain't got a job to do anymore. So you've got nothing better to do other than build and paint Warhammer. Which, to me, sounds like a bloody dream. I couldn't think of anything better, to be honest with you. Almost about 5 months till I put my paper. Round the corner then. Round the corner from it. Must be a nice feeling. Must be a very nice feeling to have that around the corner. And do you have a said pile of shame to keep you occupied in retirement? And apologies if you've already told me this in a previous stream. As I'm sure you can appreciate, we get lots of people. And I haven't streamed for a month as well, so that's my excuse. You might have even sent pictures in on the Discord before now. And if you have, I'm really sorry. I try my best to remember. I always do. I got one of these weird minds where sometimes I'll remember the most like randomest thing and then other stuff that you think would be, fairly memorable. Nope, straight out the window for some reason, and I don't know why. Really strange. Yes, Gundam and more cars. Nice. Oh, Gundam. Okay. What? I don't know heaps about Gundam, but obviously, with it being a miniature of sorts, shall we say, hobby. I know that it's not, because you've got all of the different grades or classes with Gundam, haven't you? But the reason I'm going off on a bit of a tangent, shall we say? But it wasn't that long ago they released the Gunpla Assemble, which is effectively the Gundam version of Warhammer miniatures. And that's why I'm asking what Gundam you've got. Sorry, because I know you've got all different types of stuff when it comes to Gundam. Some of it looks really cool and interesting. But the Gunpla assembly stuff, that would be something that I would potentially look at in the future. Like pick up a pack, chuck something together. I'd never walk away from Warhammer, of course, but as a side quest, I'd definitely have a little look, because there's not many. I don't know about anyone else who's still watching in chat on both Twitch and YouTube, but outside of the various iterations of Warhammer, you've got 40K, you've got Age of Sigmar, you've got Old World, and etc. etc. What other sort of wargaming hobbies, miniature type hobbies does everyone have? Are there any other miniature or wargaming games that people have an interest in? I know D&D's one. I know obviously we talk about D&D on the Discord. I know Bolt Action has been brought up once before. I think Conflict 47 is another one that's been brought up before, maybe. Yeah, Edgeon, yeah, that's it. They did. They came out with their own tabletop war game, and it's from the video that I saw, it's very similar to Warhammer in the sense of you get the miniatures on a sprue, you put them together, you paint them up, and then there's a game that you play. Looks a bit like Kill Team, but I don't know enough about Kill Team or Gunpla to comment on that further. That's just what my eyes read it as, but I could be completely wrong. Oh, your son and grandson play OG D&D. Yeah, we've got quite a few people who are interested in D&D in the Discord. Edgeon being one of them. Dan, who was here earlier. I'm not sure if he's still here, lurking. But Dan is probably the most active in terms of speaking on the Discord with regards to D&D. Winifred is another one. So yeah, D&D. Any other games? I know StarCraft was quite a popular and fairly talked about set of miniatures at the recent event for where they held Golden Demon, wherever they hold that. That seems to have got a lot of hype. The old StarCraft. Star Wars Legion. Nice. I don't mind Star Wars. Obviously grew up watching Star Wars, all the movies and stuff. I know Lord of the Rings have got a game as well, haven't they? Which is all dealt with by Games Workshop, isn't it? Or am I just making that up? Have I just completely made that up off the top of my head? I want to get my hands on one of those Gundam minis. Yeah, same. They look really cool. The apparently the ones that they originally released about, I want to say about 8 months ago, and this was only because of what I'd seen on YouTube. It was for the card game, and it came with miniatures, and it sold out. Apparently, they were like, I think they were like 30 quid a box, and it came with like 50, 60 cards, and then three miniatures that you had to put together yourself and paint. And they look really cool, to be fair. So if I don't know what I'll end up doing in the future in terms of, obviously Warhammer is my first love, as they call it. Oh, Black Lion, hello, how are we doing? Thank you for coming along on Twitch, my friend. How are you doing this evening? And what are you up to? Let me know if you're working on any Warhammer projects at the minute. Yeah, I don't know if in future, say for example, I will have a little try of another game. It will never replace Warhammer. I think I might have mentioned it a minute ago. It'd be like a side quest thing, like just a little try. But I don't know which one. I don't know if it would be a Gundam. I don't know if it would be um like a Star Wars, as Velas said, or like a war, like an actual like war game, in the sense of like bolt action is. It looks like it's set more on like real war, if that makes sense. And then you've got Conflict 47. What was that other one that was like supposed to be like really popular for a while? I don't know if it is still popular or not, because I don't follow anything outside of Warhammer. Is it Trench Crusade? Am I saying that right? Or am I getting mixed up with something else? All good, thanks. Been working on my Eldrad tonight, but kind of stuck. Okay, why are you stuck? What's going on? Not sure what to do next. See, this is a perfect opportunity, Black Lion. If you're not already part of our Discord, link in the description below. If you don't use Discord, that's fine. No pressure, of course. But the whole reason that we put the Discord together was to collaborate. So if anyone is working on a project and they want some advice, or they want some help, or they want some feedback, constructive criticism, we've got a section on there which says mini help. Perfect scenario. We've got some really experienced and talented painters in the Discord. So if you ever get stuck, that would be like the ideal place to go and ask for help. But like I say, no pressure to join Discord, of course. And if you don't use Discord, then that's absolutely fine. But I'm sure that someone over on Discord would be more than happy to assist you with your Eldred. If I was a more experienced painter myself, then I would be more than happy to offer my assistance. But I've only been painting for 5 months. Right, let's have a look at the YouTube chat as I load up the next Termagant and catch up on the old chattings. Oh. Waiting for the boy to get older, then we'll probably jump into Star Wars Legion. Oh, nice. He's more interested in Star Wars than Dad's game. Maybe Star Wars will act as the gateway into Dad's game. And you can use that as the excuse to slowly reel him in then. That would be lovely. I wish I could do that with my kids. All they want to talk to me about is video games and bloody Pokemon cards, frustratingly. All the tubers were impressed with those minis. Yeah, that's where essentially that I'd come across them really, and loads of YouTubers had either managed to get their hands on them themselves, or Gundam had obviously sent them out because they wanted to get exposure. And most people, well, in fact, I don't think I came across one channel that had a bad thing to say about the kits, to be honest with you. Oh, Black Lion, you started in November, so basically a month or two before me. Picked it back up after like 15 years. Oh, right, okay. Was it the I speak to a lot of people who similar sort of give a similar sort of story to that one there, and a lot of the time it's life essentially, work, family, kids, getting married, not exclusively those reasons, but the general sort of stuff. Is that sort of why you sort of stopped and sort of now got back into it? Oh, you've got some of the Fallout stuff. Nice. I watched I think it was what's his name now? Guy from Midwinter Minis. He did a video recently on some of the Fallout stuff, and obviously being a gamer and watching the TV show, I think they look pretty cool. I'd potentially maybe take a look at some of the videos minis in the future. Halo is another one, but the only thing that when I look at the Halo ones, they look to me, from the paint jobs that I've seen people do online, and I'm no expert, and I would not necessarily do a better job myself. In fact, I'm pretty sure I definitely wouldn't do a better job myself. But the Halo ones, they just seem very dull and generic, which is a shame really, because Halo as a game, as a franchise, is really good. And that would be something that I would have maybe looked at. A lot of these games that I'm mentioning are, as in the ones I'm interested in, or the ones I've come across. If I ever did get any, it wouldn't be with a view to actually playing and building out like a full-blown, like proper army or something, like I am with Warhammer. It would be maybe like, I don't know, if it was Fallout, say for example, maybe I would get like a couple of the characters that, like, who are my favourite characters. I don't know if that would be the same for everyone else, but that would be the way I would approach it. Otherwise, I'd probably need a second house to fit all of my miniatures in across all the different games and bits and bobs. Started finding gaming too stimulating after work and putting my daughters to bed. Wanted something that would be more chill. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, that's a good point, actually, because I got into Warhammer because of gaming, and it was in December last year. Essentially, a lot of the games that I played regularly. I was like, bored of or burnt out, and I couldn't find anything else to play. And I remember Space Marine 2 being a game that I nearly got when it came out, but I never ended up getting it. And then I saw that it was on sale, bought the game, and a month later, I bought 9 books so that I could get into the lore. I bought a starter set, followed by various other kits then as well, and then decided to start a YouTube channel to essentially document my journey. So it's a bit of a mad one, but when I tell this story to people, when they ask me like, "Oh, how did you get into Warhammer?" Not word for word the same, but apparently a lot of people have gotten into Warhammer because of Space Marine 2. And I imagine that will probably be the same for a lot of people with a number of the other upcoming games. Dawn of War, Total War. There's a number of Warhammer games coming up, isn't there? So be interesting to see how much more popular the hobby becomes, because I'm sure it will. And they're all, some of these games are coming out at the very convenient time of 11th edition, which I found quite funny. Right. Okay, right. Down. Ended up with when a customer abandoned them. Oh, nice. That's good. Trench Crusade, correct. Right, okay, yeah. There we are. And I thought it was Trench Crusade, but obviously, learning Warhammer in itself is difficult enough, let alone trying to remember all the other bloody war games as well. So much potential wasted so far. Oh, really? Isn't Trench Crusade mini agnostic? You can bring anyone to the fight. Not a gamer. I just watch and call everyone a nerd. Right, down. While I play with my Joy Toy kill team. Those Joy Toy, they look cool. I do like the look of those. There's another site as well that I've seen that sells I don't know how to describe it. Not toys as such, but they're like accessories, but not accessories in the sense of like mugs and jumpers. They're more like things that you would have on like a shelf, but not an ornament. It's more toy-y. I've given the most horrific explanation there. Description of what I'm talking about there. I'll have to dig the link out. I've got it bookmarked, and there's a whole bunch of different Warhammer related stuff in there. And the reason it caught my eye is because of the figurine, the Chaplain figurines that they sell. Obviously, that was the reason why. Man, I got nothing bad to say about Gundam kits. I was very impressed. Yeah, from what I've seen of the kits, just through YouTube videos, of course, I've not actually had my hands on one. They look cool. The kits, the kits that Gundam are known for in terms of like not the miniatures, like we're talking the proper kits now. Those advanced ones or whatever they're called, like the amount of parts that you have to put together to make it all work is just no. Dog's chewing on the pillow. Yeah, the amount of parts that you've got to put together for it to work, it just seems so overwhelmingly scary. But I'm always up for a challenge when it comes to these things. It just seems so scary, you know. So many bits and bobs. Wasteland Warfare has shifted to a predominantly 3D printed avenue for their miniatures. You can still find boxes. Interesting. It's funny, isn't it? Because obviously, every community is different in terms of their views with 3D printing. And I know the Warhammer community is a very split community on 3D printing. Because some people just don't agree with the cost. Some people don't agree with the way it's why 3D printing is used. But then it seems like Wasteland Warfare, it seems a bit more accepted. Is that the vibe, or which books did I get? So, funnily enough, a couple of weeks ago now, prior to having to take some time off, I finished Horus Rising. So I bought the first 3 books in that series. So is it what? Hi Benzie, thank you for returning. I hope all is well with you, mate. So yeah, I bought the first 3 books of the Horus Heresy, starting with Horus Rising, which I've now finished. I've got the first 3 books for the Dark Imperium, which is obviously more recent in timeline wise, I suppose. I've also got the Twice Dead King Omnibus, the Divine and Infinite. I've also got the Eisenhorn Omnibus as well. So I think it's 9 books in total. However, the Eisenhorn Omnibus and the Twice Dead King Omnibus could be more books if you separate them down. So that should keep me busy for a while, to say the least. Do you read the books, Black Lion, or are you more just sort of like the? Oh, you're reading Eisenhorn at the moment too. Oh, nice. How are you finding it? Ah, they made more money off of STLs. Interesting. I wonder how many other companies do a similar thing. Because I suppose, in a way, there's no. I don't know. I don't know if. I was about to say there's no right or wrong way to do it, really, isn't there? Because obviously, you've got one company selling their STLs, and then you've got another company in Warhammer that would never do it. It's interesting, isn't it? It is an interesting, and I know Games Workshop compared to, say, other companies that sell their STLs, they're a different corporate beast altogether, right? So it's an interesting landscape, shall we say, and whether that changes in the future as well. Ton of extras for Joy Toys, heads, weps, pauldrons, nice. Do they do? Do you know? Have you happened? Have you by chance happened to have come across a Chaplain Joy Toy? Because if one of those is available, then you would have my attention. Well, Joy Toy have already got my attention. They look really, really cool. I just haven't looked at it properly enough yet. But as I say, if they were to have a chaplain or several potential chaplains available, where you could maybe customize what um what faction, what chapter they come from, that would be pretty cool. That'd be really cool, actually. Really good if you like universe and detective fiction and enjoy it for sure. Yeah, yeah, I do. I do. Anything like that sort of like sci-fi setting, detectives. Yeah, love all of that. So I can't wait to tuck it in. Um, it's a bit of a weird one on the book front because obviously I've just finished Horus Rising, and the natural thing to do would be to obviously read the next one and then the next one, so on and so forth. But I don't have any more books beyond for the Horus Heresy, that is, beyond the third one. So it's like, do I read the next two and then debate whether or not I should buy the next one and so on, or do I stop where I am now and switch to like a different timeline or perhaps just a different type of story altogether? Um, because my knowledge on lore in general is obviously very limited because I'm new. So maybe even some of it wouldn't make sense, but it's a good headache to have, isn't it? Um, what brushes are? So it's called. So I got this. It's a synthetic brush. Cost me like £1.80. It's a size. I want to say a size 2. Yeah, there we are. Size 2. Um, I love it. I absolutely love this brush. I also got a bigger one as well. Um, Same brand, same price. This one is a 4. So if I needed to really kind of slap some paint onto something, or maybe if it was a bigger model and I really needed to get those base coats down. But yeah, since switching to these synthetic brushes, um, and it was advice from Edgion, who watches on YouTube and is part of the Discord server that we put together. He's one of our mods. Um, yeah, it was the advice of Edgion, and yeah, I haven't looked back since. Absolutely brilliant recommendation. But yeah, I got them from my local game store. I'm sure you could probably um, order them from Amazon if you were interested. Yeah, Edgion, I'm singing your praises um, once again. This time with regards to the synthetic brushes that you recommended, and how much of a game changer they've been for me. And they really have been a game changer, actually. I'm not just saying that. They genuinely have. Right. Trying to catch up on both chats at the same time, which is kind of fun, can be a bit of a juggling act at times. Working with one of my co-workers to get resin print. Oh, looking at a Blood Angels chaplain right now. Nice. Being the Ultramarines fan that I am, um, you know, I would have snapped the arm off as such. However, however, I do like the Blood Angels. I like all the chapters really, but in my defense with the Smurfs and the Blueberries, they are my favorite faction by default because of the game being my gateway into the hobby. But I haven't learned all the lore yet for all of the other factions. So when I get round to it, I might end up changing my mind because I have a whole bunch of uh sorry, a whole bunch of unassembled and unpainted minis for Space Marines. for the reason that if I change my mind, I've got them there. They're right there, ready to go. They are right there, ready to go, essentially. So, okay, that's that one done. Back to number 1 now for coat number 2. Right, let's catch up on chat first. But yeah, the Blood Angels one, I'd have a Blood Angels chaplain for sure. Oh, I heard, but feel free to keep fluffing my ego. For Ultramar, for McCrag. There we are. Philas, you know the score, my friend. And Mike, see, we love the Ultramarines round here. See, we got some fans. The Joy Toy Smurf Chaplain is pretty sweet, of course. Yeah, they're the poster boys, aren't they? So it's one of those where it's easy then. Deathwing, they pay for all the Xenos releases. Got to pop off, take the wife out for a steak dinner. Okay, nice. Well, Mike, as always, my friend, thank you very, very much for popping along, showing your support, helping out, and most importantly, enjoy a lovely steak dinner with the missus. Do not abandon the chapter, brother. Lord Calgart will be displeased. To be fair, I don't plan on leaving the Ultramarines. Because like I said, they are like my little gateway into the hobby because of the game. And I love the way all of the art looks on the boxes as well. So the likelihood is I'll probably stay with Ultramarines, but never say never, as they say. I only support the motorcycle gangs in space. Carcharodons and Ashen Claws. Get a shrimp cocktail. Nice. One does not plan heresy, brother. How are the... They certainly don't, my friend. Just saw some pictures on Discord of... Yes, very good. Very, very good painter. Edgion, absolutely phenomenal painter. We've got a handful of really good painters on Discord who are always willing to share advice and suggestions, and that's why we've got the channel set up the way that they're set up, so that people, if they want to share like a really useful product that they've come across, or if they're looking for a product, or if they're looking for help with a video game, books, lore, it's all there, like, to learn and support each other, really. So it's a really nice community so far. We've got about 45, 50 people, I want to say. And everyone is like super nice and helpful. So hopefully, if there is anything you're looking for help for, you'll find it there. But at the same time, if you want a bit of an ego boost, feel free to post your completed miniatures and projects, or your achievements in a game or something like that. We've got various channels for those too. Black Lion. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Sort of, I don't want to be in a position where like I'm forcing myself to read a book. Otherwise, I might end up putting myself off reading all of the books. Even though, obviously, the books have been written by different people, the different authors, different times in the universe as well. And obviously, the books that came out 10, 20, 30 years ago are going to be very different to now as well. We know that. But, I don't want to get bored. So it's a very, very, very good point. But I got a mix of books because I love the first and foremost, I love the universe. Second, I wanted to get a spread because I liked the Necrons, but then I also liked the Ultramarines. But then when I did my research, everyone was like, oh, you've got to start with the Horus Heresy. So I ended up buying a whole bunch of random different ones. Different storylines at different times of the universe. So interesting. Very, very interesting. Wonders. Oh, I thought that was a new comment. So, we've been going for quite a while this evening, guys and girls. Nice solid 3 hours on my return to streaming. And for some reason, I thought it was way later than it is. Is it only 10 past 11? Jesus, I thought it was like 1 o'clock in the morning or something. So far, so good, brother. Absolutely. Right. These weapons are definitely going to need some highlighting. And something to spruce them up. Oh, dear God. I thought I got paint somewhere I shouldn't have done then. That's very lucky. Woof! Nearly pooped my pants. Right. Is that bent? No. Right, so that one goes there. So that I know that it's done. Okay, right, next one. Any catcher-uppers on the old chatteroonies? And the gaunts are looking great. What did you use on the armor plates? What, on these? On the Termagants? I basically, all I did was prime them in black. And I used an old car primer as well. Old car matte black spray can. No airbrush, obviously. And then the old Nagarath Knight. This one, sorry. Just thinned down a little bit. A couple of coats thinned down. That was it. I am going to add a whole bunch of highlights to the carapace. So, how did you do it, or how are you planning on doing it, fellas? Discord is popping off. Ah. I have just seen that picture of... Nice. Nice. Right. Sorry about that. Someone had sent me a message. I didn't want to be rude. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Clear that. There we are. Sorry about that, guys. Right. I am all yours again. I need to refresh that. There we go. Right. Black Lion. I didn't like the Necrons until I read the books. Very cool They behave like humans. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Necron books because I absolutely fell in love with the models, and I wanted to essentially just like consume as much information on Necrons as possible. Because when I first got into Warhammer, other than like their origin story, which is obviously like brilliant, in terms of like modern Warhammer, I know why there isn't a lot, because obviously they've been in sleep and they're only now waking up and blah 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 blah. But I wanted more like recent accounts of Necrons and how like Space Marines and other races deal with them, because they are basically the strongest, or seen and perceived to be the very strongest in, in the galaxy. So I was like, I need to consume as much information as possible about these Necrons. They just fascinated me from a sci-fi point of view, because I'm a massive sci-fi nerd, if you want to call me that. And it just intrigued me so much. I just wanted more. It's like that Star Wars meme, isn't it? More. Um, oh, you're going to use contrast paints. Okay. I'll be interested. Nerd. Definitely a nerd. Definitely a nerd, geek, all of the words. Definitely a secret one, for sure. Definitely. Oh yeah, we're all nerds. Yeah, even when I speak to my kids, I'm like, yeah, don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Because I'm definitely, I I played football my whole life. Um, I I boxed for 6 years as well. So not the typical character that you would see in and around um, Warhammer and um, sci-fi, so to speak. Just don't call me a Trekkie. There's nothing wrong with Star Trek, but I get where you're going with it. I do. I grew up watching Star Trek. We loved it in the house. I watched a lot of Star Trek TV shows. Deep Space Nine, Voyager, obviously Enterprise, and the originals. Can't get away from those. I've watched all sorts of series from the Stargate, SG-1, Falling Skies, Battlestar Galactica. I have seen a lot of stuff. When I say I'm a nerd, I am a nerd. Benzie, do you stream regular? I have to go now, but would love to catch your next live stream again. Yes, so I've got a holiday coming up in a few weeks, so I'm going to try and pre-record some videos, because I do videos as well on YouTube. But I typically stream sort of anything from sort of 2 to 3 days a week, predominantly over the weekend because it's easier around the family. And I try to do a stream during the week as well, where possible, of an evening. So yeah, hopefully you've enjoyed, and it'd be nice to catch you in the next one. Feel free to subscribe on YouTube and follow on Discord, because I'll announce a lot of stuff on there with regards to like upcoming streams and schedules and videos. So if you wanted to be in like the loop, those would be good places to keep an eye on things. But thank you very much for coming along this evening and spending your time with us. I really, 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 really do appreciate it. Thank you very much. And I would love to catch you in the next live stream as well. That'd be awesome. Right, where are we? Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate, yeah, Babylon 5, all of it. Sign me up. Can't get enough of sci-fi. Yeah, see, there we are. We're same page already, massively. Doctor Who, yes, 100%. Falling Skies, yeah, see, apps. Do you know they've just put it back on? I say put it back. It was never on there in the first place, but it's on Netflix now. But yeah, Falling Skies, I love that. I've watched all sorts of like weird ones as well, like not the more commercial ones, shall we say, that everyone watches. Like if it's sci-fi, I'm there. Like I am there. How about Andromeda? Do you know what? I think I watched it back in the day. Andromeda, yeah. It definitely rings a bell. Oops. Straight over the finger. There's definitely going to need to be some touching up on this model. Only a little bit. I'm hoping a lot of the shading can cover it up. What else have we got? What else? What other TV shows and movies or movie series can we think of? I'm sure we're missing loads. 100% we're missing loads. It's going to be one of them ones now as well, where I'm going to end up going on to like Rotten Tomatoes or what's the other one? IMDb or BD or whatever it is, and looking at like the list then. Have you seen On the Silver Globe? That tested my sci-fi love for sure. On the Silver Globe? No, I don't think I have. I'm going to have to add that to my list. Oh, Red Dwarf. Now that's hell of a shout. That is an absolute banger. Rimmer. Smeghead. Oh my god. You've absolutely pulled that one out of the bag there. It's Polish. Oh no, I don't mind watching films from different cultures and countries. Yeah, no, I don't mind that at all. Yeah, I've got that saved at the top of my Google search now. Lovely jubbly. I'll have a look at that. I'll have a watch of a trailer once I'm done. Very weird artsy film. Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. Your local ran over all the good ones. Okay. What? Hello? 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 Oh, sorry, I thought I was getting some feedback then. Not going mad. Dum, 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 dum. I should have sub-assembled some of these. But when you are new to the hobby and you don't even know what sub-assemble is, you are not to know any better. So it is what it is. But definitely would have loved to have done a sub-assemble on these around the arms, chest. Right, what else have we got here then? Also where I learned about the greatness of British comedy series, yeah. Saturdays would be Who, Blake Seven, then Red Dwarf. Oh man, bringing up some good memories here. I'm sure we're missing others as well. Some like absolute bangers. Like bangers that when they're brought up, we're going to be like, how did we forget that one? Two Ronnies. Are you being served? Good neighbours. I used to watch Two Ronnies with my old man. And Porridge as well. I don't know if anyone's watched Porridge. Black Adder was another one. And the various different iterations of that. From a more comedy point of view now. The good old British comedy. Firefly, yes. That was very much gone before its time. A lot of people wish they'd have made more, you know? Such a shame. Oh my god, Farscape. Oh, I got one for you, fellas. Do you remember, it wasn't a classic, but do you remember Defiance? Did you ever watch Defiance? Oh, the Alien movies. 100%. I've watched those a million times. Ah, you like Defiance, yeah? Ah, there we are. See, now we're starting to get. Yeah, it was like, was it two or three seasons? I think it was, but it was that was cut short, which was a shame, which was a real shame. Oh, Event Horizon, the movie. Yeah, they're bringing out another one, aren't they? As well, because obviously back in the day when it came out, it was like, you know, an absolute banger. You're going way back for that one, yeah. It is old, but it's good. It is good. It's an absolute banger. Right, 2 secs. I'm just going to change my water quickly. I'll be literally 30 seconds. Alrighty then. Back with the fresh water. Ooh. Oh, what else have we got? I'm sure there's others. We could probably sit here all night between the. What was there? There's about I think 10 of us across um, Twitch and YouTube. Da, da, da. Oh, you saw it in the theatre. When was that? Would it have been the 60s? 70s? I don't know. Event Horizon. Oh my god. What am I on about? I said 60s or 70s and it was 1997. Wow. How bad am I? I'm a bad man. That is a terrible guess. Event Horizon trailer came out in 1997. Jesus Christ. What on earth was I on about? See, you are getting old. Yeah. You caught me. That's what it is. You've caught me off guard. Oh, that's shocking, that is. Absolutely shocking. Oh. I keep trying to find excuses in my head. Like, my latest excuse now is that it's late. But we all know that's absolute load of rubbish. So, god damn. Right. Still so much paint in this paintbrush. Right. Whoa. Right, what are we going to be working on next? Because it is not as late as I thought it was. About half hour, 45 minutes ago, I thought it was about 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's not. So we need to work on the next thingy-mabob for our little Tyranid here. So I'm not just randomly licking a paintbrush because I'm a weirdo. It's one of the ways in which you help keep the shape. I know some people don't like doing that, but some people prefer to just use water. And some people like to lick them. I find you get a better shape. Battlestar Galactica is up there for me as one of my favourite sci-fi TV shows. The number of twists and turns in that TV show, for me, is just phenomenal. Yeah, I've seen both. So again, yeah, I absolutely love them. This is the thing. It's like if you love sci-fi, you just consume when you find a series like that and you really enjoy one, and then you find out there's another. You're like, yep, I've got to watch it. It's just one of those, isn't it? It's so good. Oh, lovely. Dum 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 dum. Right, I am having a look at my my picture. Sorry. Consulting my picture for the Termagants. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Right. What can we do next? Thank you very much for coming along this evening or this morning, wherever you are in the world, Black Lion. Really do appreciate it. Would be lovely to catch you again on another stream. And thank you for saying enjoy the holiday. I'll be going in a few weeks. I'll probably stream another 2 or 3 times before I head off on holiday. Maybe drop a couple of videos as well in between. So feel free to follow me on Twitch, YouTube, Discord, and I'll keep you posted on upcoming content. But like I say, thank you very much for coming along. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Most importantly, take care and stay safe, my friend. No, I'm going to be hanging around a little longer, fellas. One of the guys watching on Twitch is heading off, so I was kindly saying my goodnights. Yeah, just saying, just being polite in seeing off a new follower, I believe, to the channel, which is quite nice. Let me have a look. There we are. Yeah, fellas, I try my best. Okay, cool. Fellas, I take it that you're sticking around for a bit then with the few thank God comment after I said I'm sticking around. Are you painting yourself? Are you at the moment, or maybe you're doing something else, perhaps? You can't get rid of me. I'm like a bad smell. No worries. Feel free to hang round as much as you want. Bum bum bum. Right. I'm not being boring right now. I am trying my best to look for a couple of different images for the Termagant, if I'm pronouncing that right. Blah, 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 so that I can get it right. Maybe it will work better now that I joined. Oh my god! You can tell I'm getting tired. You mean the Twitch chat? Yes, Twitch is definitely a little bit behind on the number of followers and what I'm able to do. But I got a notification today, actually. Was it today or yesterday? It was sometime in the last couple of days where I'm now able to implement like time rewards and a load of other stuff on Twitch. So, YouTube was a bit laggy, was it? If anything like that comes up in future, let me know, and then I can have a play around with. Twitch was right. Okay, yeah. I don't get on with Twitch as much as I do with YouTube. I'm brilliant, like YouTube wise. Like I'm looking at my stream manager now, which is where I'm obviously managing the stream via OBS, and all of the connections are excellent and strong. Whereas Twitch is like, honestly, it's like this, like a graph, up, down, up, down, up, down, and I don't know why. I much prefer YouTube, but I know some people like Twitch for their live stuff. So I try to accommodate everyone. Maybe in the future, I might ditch Twitch and just focus on one platform. I don't know. I haven't really put much thought into it, but I definitely get on more with YouTube, and I feel like I'm more familiar with YouTube. Anyway, I'm going off on a massive tangent. This is a bloody Warhammer painting stream, and I'm talking about the ins and outs of content creation platforms. Well, I'm sure you guys haven't jumped on to hear me talk about that, but yeah, fellas, a lot of people end up ditching their Twitch pages. If I was to ditch one today or in the future, it definitely would be Twitch. Like I said, I just don't feel like there's as much. It's not as detailed, to be honest with you. Hello, Hayden. How are we doing, my friend? I'm going to assume that you have either not long got home from work or you are perhaps on your way home from work, ready to settle down for the evening and chill. Or maybe it's a bit too late to tuck into some Warhammer. I don't know what the rest of your weekend looks like, see? Velas, that is a very good point. A very, very good point. I think you mentioned this to me a few weeks ago when you did one of it was either your first or second stream, and this came up. And because I've not really done content creation before in the past, I wasn't really aware of it. However, since you mentioned it, I have noticed it a lot more now. Now that it's been pointed out to me, it's like, geez, actually, this is a lot worse than I thought. You know? It came up naturally in conversation. On your way home, got a day off tomorrow, is it? Oh, nice. Oh, there we are. Oh, hopefully the weather holds for you for priming. I know how much of a pain in the arse that can be when what you do with regards to your painting schedule can be dictated by the weather. Being based in being based in South Wales, it's you can get all 4 seasons in the space of half an hour. So I feel your pain. I certainly feel your pain with regards to hoping, praying to the weather gods that it doesn't rain. It's that horrible circle, isn't it, Aidan? It's like, right, you finally get a day off, and then you're knackered, and you don't have the energy or the head to to then do Warhammer. Caught between a rock and a hard place is horrible. I've been there myself 3 or 4 times in the last month. That's why you've not seen many streams, other than obviously the fact that I've been away on holiday. But well, we've got another lovely spammer on Twitch. Fellas, yes. I've come across the filth on Twitch. Unfortunately, I say unfortunately. More recently, because, like I said, I'm not as familiar with Twitch, so as I've not been able to do streaming and make content and do Warhammer, I've been doing research into Twitch and YouTube to see how I can make things, maybe better. And let's just say I've come across a few creators that were very revealing. Too revealing. Only thing worse than Twitch is TikTok. Yeah, that can get... I did have TikTok when it first came out, and then I got rid of it. And then I got TikTok again I think I downloaded it again about a year and a half ago. And I think it was on my phone for maybe a day or two. And then I got rid of it. Not my cup of tea. Weather in London for the last few days has been bipolar. Sunny, then it's hailing, then sunny, then it's raining. Oh my god, it doesn't surprise me. Bloody Britain. It's an absolute nightmare. We're like mid-May and the weather can't make its mind up still. It's ridiculous. Don't get me wrong, I like females as much as the next guy, but that's a whole different thing. TikTok is more of a thirst trap. Yeah, I suppose you're right with that because of the way it's set up for 30-second videos. It's kind of like a tease. This is what you could have had, and then if you want to take it any further. Right, we should probably get back to doing some painting, shouldn't we, really? Right, I've got my image back up. Dum dum dum. I want to do some. I want to do some highlights. And I can see that they're like lines, stripes on the... Jesus Christ. Can't stop itching. Let's change the topic. I'm going to grab some soda. Be right back. No worries. Right, so I am going to try and do some highlight lines. I've never done this before. So if it goes horribly wrong, it's not my fault. Right. Okay, cool. There we are. Right. So, what color should I use? I've got Nagraf. Nagraf? Am I saying that right? Nagaroth. Nagaroth Knight. And I need a slightly lighter version than that. So I can either use white, but that might be too much, or I can mix a 1-and-1. I'm going to mix a 1-and-1, I think. I'm going to do a mix. And I'm going to get my crappy paintbrush for that. There we are. Give this little bad boy a shake. I'm probably going to get my paints in town tomorrow. Nice. Have you got like a shopping list of paints that you're going to get? If so, what have you got on the list? Hopefully it's not too long for you to be able to write it in the chat box. And is it just paints that you're getting, or have you got like other stuff on the shopping list as well? Because sometimes I go get paints and then I come back with a whole bunch of other stuff as well that I didn't plan on getting. Oh, nice. Mars Desert. You'll type it out. Okay, it doesn't sound like it's too long then. Oh, fellas, that's something I wanted to ask you actually. When I was watching your streams, I noticed that you had, I think we spoke about it very briefly before. I noticed that you had like a really cool like stand for your paints. and it was quite like a small enough stand where it's not gonna like take up loads of space and stuff. And I just wondered, like, where you got something like that. Is it like expensive and stuff? Because I don't have loads of paints, but at some point it's gonna start stacking up, and I think to have like a nice tidy little unit, just like you have, I think it's lovely. It's like a good size, fits all the paints in nicely. I think something like that would just be like super convenient, you know? Plus, the more tidy it is, the less grief I get from the missus for when I keep my shit tidied up, you know? Which is always handy. Fucking hell, these pots, man. Jesus. Right, I'm about to do my highlighting for the first time. In a way I've never done it before, so this should be fun. Right. Time to mix. And hope that I haven't put too much of one and not enough of the other. I think that's going to be fine, actually. Looks good. Yep, that's nice and light. Right then. Right. Light. I appreciate that me sat here mixing paints is not exactly the most exciting of... Okay. Oh, right, you've got quite the list there, haven't you? Jeez. Nice. Right, now I need to water it down. Right then. Okay, let's catch up on chat now that I've mixed that up. So you've got Leviathan purple, another purple, Warp Fiend Bull red. Fair, you've got quite a few there. I've heard of most of them. I've not heard of all of them. But there's a few of the colours that you've got there actually that that I would like and I would need for what I have classed as my core colour set that I want. So you've just reminded me of a couple that I don't have on my list that I now will be adding to said list. That reminds me, I'm due for a paint shopping. You never leave local. Yeah, that's it. That's why I said. That's why Hayden. I said the same thing to Fellas. I said, "Are you planning on picking up anything else?" Because there's just no way. You can't. It's like physically impossible. You can't go into your local game shop and just buy a paintbrush or just buy a pot of paint. It just something happens. Oh, no way. How much do you get it from the local game shop though? So you'll get the paints at a cheaper price compared to say Games Workshop. How much would you like? How much would all of that cost roughly? Just out of curiosity, really. Those can be tasty sometimes, which I don't recommend. Brilliant. Oh, nice. Yeah, I always, wherever possible, I try to get it from my local gaming shop. Um, well, firstly, because it's nice to support the local gaming shop because you never know when you might need them. And two, they're cheaper than Games Workshop. Like, I don't know if your local game shop's the same as a lot of the other ones, but the one I go to is like anywhere from like 10% discount, and if you're lucky, as much as like 20%. That's why I like to use Element Games when I can, but they're not local, so I have to order. And they have always delivered what they said they're going to deliver, but on a couple of occasions I've had like delays. Okay. Have you ever thought about ordering paints offline? Because funnily enough, I'm not just saying this. I'm in conversation at the moment with uh, a local game shop from South Wales, and they're gonna provide me with a discount link. And they offer it's between 5 to 20% off all items in store, from paints to miniatures to basically anything with regards to wargaming and stuff, which I thought was pretty cool. Fair, fair. Yeah, I do get the appeal. I do get the appeal, which is quite annoying sometimes because my local game shop, whilst they say they're between 10 and 20% cheaper than Games Workshop, which they are, Element Games, which I think are based in London, um, in my experience so far, um, shopping for Warhammer stuff, they are the best discount. But then you have to, like you say, you have to wait for it to be delivered, which is a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'll see. Like I said, I'm in conversation with them at the moment. I'll see. I'll see what the crack is first. Hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, it's like a like an affiliate link thing from doing YouTube, which I thought was quite cool. This is a lot harder than I thought. I don't know if that's light enough. Yeah, it's definitely light enough. Whoa, this is gonna take ages, bro. Okay. Looks like we're gonna buckle in for the night, boys. Oh my god. Where is that? There we go. Fellas, are you working on anything right now? Are you working on any, like, are you doing your tank at the minute? Or are you just chilling, like? Oh, clickety clank. It's not so bad, actually. Once you get the hang of it, these little lines. It's not so bad. Nice. Oh, that's kind of you. In future, like, not that I'm saying that you have, but don't feel like you shouldn't stream because I'm streaming or anything like that. I think it would be cool if we did stream together in the future, because I know you can do like the tagged streams where like you're like sort of in each other's streams and talking in each other's streams and stuff, and you can like mute each other and stuff if you want to talk to like your audiences and things. So I think that would be cool. We can help each other out in terms of like, growing and whatever else. I think that would be pretty cool. Personally, I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but if it was something you were ever interested in and you wanted to like stream at the same time. Alrighty then. Time for the other side. Sometimes I really do feel like I need glasses, but then I feel like I just need a light. I keep banging on about this light and I keep doing nothing about it. So stupid. Oh god. Bloody lights just turning off and stuff. Where the hell is that going? Oh, I've just realised you sent a few messages. Sorry. No stress. I have no issue streaming where others are. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we're doing it at the same time, we can always do it together. I think that would be pretty cool. Definitely. And we could even do we could even make it fun for like the audiences and stuff, doing like challenges and things, especially if like I mentioned earlier on, if we're both lucky enough to get our hands on the new 11th edition box, we could turn it into like something funny, I'd change my title and description to the show to show that you're also streaming. Is Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I could do the same with regards to including all your details and stuff. That way, if people wanted to jump over to your channel, and then subscribe and show support to you and jump in your Discord, if they find you through me, that way if all your stuff's in the description, they can just jump straight over to you and get you supported, I too need to get a better light. At least you have a light. I don't have one. I'm just using my bog standard one on the ceiling. And I know what's happening. I'm trying to make sure that the miniature is under the camera, but then the phone is directly under the light, so it's casting a shadow over the miniature. So this is why I need a light. Ah, there we are. Yeah. Yeah, a bit of a delay on the comms happens, doesn't it? Yeah, jumping between the two streams to see the different things, that would be pretty cool. Oh yeah. Yeah, see? At least I know I'm now no at least I now know I'm not the only one that has this problem. It's a pain in the arse. Because I don't want to not obviously have the mini on camera for you guys. But then I don't feel like I can see what I'm bloody doing. So then it looks like I'm painting really shit. I feel like I'm concentrating twice as hard, squinting and stuff, just to try and get the mini into focus. Share the burden. Absolutely. Oh, do you know what, right? I don't think you were subscribed to the channel at the time. This was when I first started the channel. It's so embarrassing. No, I wouldn't say embarrassing, but just stupid, right? And the reason I'm telling you this is because of the last comment you just made there about the fine details not being on the camera. So I bought Necrosaur Amenta, the Necron boss, whatever he is. I was so hyped. It was he was the guy that I wanted to get the most, and I painted him off camera the whole stream, and I didn't even realize no one in chat. I only had about 2 or 3 people watching, not many, and I basically it was like all you could see in the stream was that. It was like this, just like the butt. And I didn't even realize. And then what I wanted to do, because it was like a 2-3 hour stream, I wanted to then like download the footage and turn it into a video, like cut all the crap out, turn it into like a 10-15 minute video. You couldn't fucking see anything. So you live and learn. So yeah, I thought that was quite funny. Yeah, behold my stand. Watch my stand for 3 hours. I'm not sure what concerned me the most. The fact that I didn't notice that I was basically filming my stand for 3 hours, or the fact that the 2 or 3 people that were watching the stream watched the stream for that long and didn't say anything. Like I don't like, what enjoyment did they get out of watching the bottom of a stand for 3 hours? So each to their own. No, they didn't say anything. Not a single word. Like, I don't know if you were here earlier on, but I think it was towards the beginning of the stream. I didn't realise that the height of my camera stand, I'd accidentally knocked it down a little bit, so it kept focusing on this leg here and not the mini. So straight away, Edgeon was like, "Oh, just to let you know," and got it corrected straight away. Yeah, that's all it is. Unless they're like not fully watching they're not fully watching the stream, and they're just more sort of like, maybe they're doing something else and they're just listening. That was my guess anyway. Because I couldn't think of another reason as to why someone would sit there for hour, 2 hours, whatever it was they're logged in for, and just not say a word. Yeah, exactly that. I just have him on in the background as well myself. And then it's only like, depending on what game I'm playing, it'll be like between like rounds or matches, or when I die or whatever, I'll have a quick look what's going on. All right, okay. Today, yes, all eyes on me. I'm gonna have to default back to just showing you the butt. Um, Take all the pressure off me then. But Hayden's back home as well now. Nice, lovely, oh jubbly. I don't think that's not. I don't think that's turned out too bad. I need to. Some of the lines are a bit too thick, so I'm going to tidy those up now. That should be pretty straightforward. And I've never done anything like that. Oh yeah. Hayden, is that I'm back home and I'm going to crack on with some Warhammer? Or are you too tired and you're going to get like a good night's rest now so you're ready, recharged for tomorrow? It's like a catch-22 in those scenarios, isn't it? It's like you want to make sure you make the most of your free time, but then you don't want to not have the energy and stuff for tomorrow then, and then miss out on tomorrow. Sucks. Damn it. I need some more purple paint. Purple paint. Nagaroth Knight. Right. Yeah, some of those lines are way too thick on our little boy. So I need to thin those out straight away. Oh, you got a vortex mixer. Nice. You know, with those vortex mixers, you know, Army Painter. So someone, I can't remember. It might have been you. It might have been someone else. I don't know. But do the Army Painter pots? Do they come with a ball bearing in the bottom already? For the purpose of like making sure that your paints stay active, if you want to call it that. That way, I'm assuming the whole point of that is to make sure that you don't have to use things like the vortex. Is that correct? Or am I just, is this something I'm just making up? Yeah, that's the best thing to do, I think. Otherwise, you're going to be up until silly o'clock in the morning, aren't you? Oh, they do for the most part, yeah. Because I really want to try. I've got nothing against Citadel or Warhammer paints, as they call it now. I've got nothing against that paint brand, but obviously when I watch like YouTube videos and stuff, so many people use so many different brands. Not just Army Painter, of course. They use all sorts. It's the same like 6, 7, 8 that are used, but I just want to like try and widen my my horizons, my palette, for lack of better words. So, oh, looks like we've got another raid ongoing. A cheeky raid from Barely Battle Ready. Nice. Thank you very much for the raid. Much appreciated. For those of you that have joined from the raid, thank you for coming along. I'm currently in the process of painting some highlights on the back of this Tyranid, of which a couple of them are a tad too thick, so we're about to correct that now. So yeah, welcome along. Thank you for jumping in from Barely Battle Ready. What have you guys been up to this evening then? Share with me what you've been up to. That would be awesome. And then, and in case anyone thinks I'm talking to myself as well, I'm also streaming on YouTube as well as Twitch. So I'm not talking to myself, don't worry. I've not gone mad yet. Like I said, I'm looking to just tidy up some of the thicker lines that I accidentally painted on when highlighting the carapace. Oh, those paint racks. They're only 15 quid. Nice. I'm definitely going to buy one because I need somewhere to put my paints. At the moment, I've got them like practically just floating on the shelves. And they're fine for now. But as they start adding up, oof, the missus, she will kill me. And she will kill me even more if, God forbid, if I ever drop the paint and it's spilt everywhere. Oh my God, I wouldn't hear the end of it. I would never hear the end of it. I think I did a good enough job on this side, to be fair. There's a couple of fat ones on the leg here. I don't know if you can see those. There we go. Because we need to add another cheeky little shade to this, I think. Just the one colour line is not enough. I think we need to add another one to give it a bit more depth. For anyone who is watching over on the old Twitch, feel free to drop me a follow. I'm on my way to 50 followers. I've got 35 at the moment. I just need 15 more. So, it'd be much appreciated. Or if YouTube's your jam, follow me over on YouTube. I am not fussed. But yeah, just going to carry on with this shading, really. Try and add a bit more depth to the old... I'm trying to see it from above. Yeah, it looks alright. Maybe need to just cut in on some of these in here. Yeah. There we go. That wasn't so bad. Right. Super easy to build. Got to buy your fourth. Nice. You've got loads of paints then. That's really cool. I just read your last comment there. No, to be fair, when it comes to the misses, it's one of those ones, isn't it? You know, I lay it on thick. She doesn't mind really. I've got plenty of space. She's been more than accommodating when it comes to me putting my shit wherever I need to put it. So, but my issue is, it's getting to a point now where the space that I have been given and that I have been using is starting to fill up. You know? That's where the issue is. And then I'm going to come along and be like, babe, I need more space. That's why earlier on when I was speaking to, I think it was 1127, he mentioned that he has the battle case thing, stronghold case. God, spilling paint on your carpet too. My mum would kill me. Yeah, see, I'd get battered. I'd get absolutely ruined. And I know it would be me that's cleaning it up as well, and then also paying for a new one if it's buggered. You know. So not only do I need a dedicated space, really. It's what I really need. But I doubt that will happen. There we go. Right. Oh, mate, I'm sure you're Mrs. Total Sweetheart. And all. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We all. It's all us men talking shit to try and sound solid, like we're hard. When realistically, as soon as she walks in, I'm like, oh, baby. This paint's drying too bloody quickly on my brush. There we go. There we go. Now we're cooking on gas. There we go. Right. I need a slightly... I want to say a slightly lighter... colour. Bum 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 bum. It's like, oh, my missus is this big bad guy. I'm never allowed to do my own thing, blah blah blah. Then you meet them, and they're the cutest, most chill women ever. Yep, that's exactly it. Now, to be fair, my missus is like super duper laid back. She's out with her friends quite regularly. She never tells me what to do. She asks me for help with stuff like, anyone would, but I wouldn't say she tells me what to do, which is nice, which is real nice. PS to the younger lads, it's the women. Yeah, oh yeah, we put the front up. 100%. Right, let me grab that picture quickly of the... Okay. I'm thinking whether I should add some oil to this. A little bit of the old Nuln oil. Or whether I should do another highlight. Or maybe I should do a Nuln oil now, then do another highlight so that you've got the base highlights underneath the Nuln oil. And then... Okay. I had 2 raids tonight on Twitch, and I've had a couple of additional followers. Any more followers on the old Twitch would be nice. I'd really appreciate it. I'm looking to get 50 followers. I'm at 35. Make a man's weekend by dropping him a follow. Right. Where are we? Been single 5 years now and happy to stay that way. Oh yeah, we always have our moments. I think there's been occasions where I'm like, I'd love to live on my own. Yeah, you get comfortable in your own space, don't you? Do I have a purple shade? I do not have a purple shade. I've only got the regular base. Unless I was to create like a glaze with it or something, maybe. I could water it right down. That's about... A glaze. Isn't a glaze like... we could do like one part Nagarath Night to 3 parts water or 4 parts water. I do have. I have a Larman medium. Oh, I can never say the words properly. Jesus, can't get them out. So I got one of them. Oh, no worries, Hayden, man. Really appreciate, given how tired you are and that you've been to work, I really do appreciate you stopping by to say hello, share a few laughs, and just come and chill, really. So, hopefully, I can stream at a time when you're not working. I always seem to catch you at the wrong time. So, yeah, get a good night's sleep. I'll see if I can stream tomorrow, maybe. And, yeah, keep us posted on your progress on Discord like you always do. Always enjoy the minis you put together. But yeah, good night, my brother. Take it easy. So with a glaze, when you have heavily watered... See you later, brother. What the... Right, so, how many... Ah, okay. That's handy. Right, 2 seconds. 2 seconds for anyone who is watching. All right, okay. Okay. Right. That makes sense. Right. Yeah, like you say, even though it's to do with leather, the concept is still the same, isn't it? So I'm just looking at the picture and trying to think if... No, this is where I overthink stuff. Is there a line there? Okay, right. Let's just give it a go. Right. Oh, you reckon we should do a cheeky null oil instead, is it? So one Nuln to 2 Larmines. Let's give it a bash. Let's give it a little bash. See what we come up with. Yeah, well, the good thing about this is, where is Nuln? Oh, there it is. Yeah, the good thing about this is I'm treating these as testers. So if I don't get them right, I'm not fussed, really. Yeah, exactly that. And then after I've done the bit of blending, I want to do some a few more highlights that are maybe a bit more prominent. Not as many, but a few more, if that makes sense. And if we're looking to blend the scratches, would it be better to do it with the purple as opposed to the null, or does it matter? Do you think? Right. There we are. Yeah, I thought the purple tone as well. I'll put the null oil to one side just in case. The good thing is I've got two other little nids painted up here now. So if we did need to test it, we could do one with purple and one with null knees and go from there. But we'll see. Right. So we'll do one part. There we are. One part purple. And then we'll do two. Yeah, I feel like sometimes people just like slam non-oil on just for the sake of slamming it on. Which is fine, you know, if that's what works for some people. But I want to, similar to yourself, you know, I want to learn how to do other stuff. Right. Watering this down is going to be fun. Right, okay. I need to water it down just a little bit more. Come on. Takes forever to come out of this bottle, this does. Right, that should be enough. I'm sure that was exciting to watch. Righty then, where are we? I find it's great on silver metallics But null is not the answer to everything. Yeah, exactly. Some people, you know, they can do it however they want, like you said, isn't it? But it's not the right way of doing it all the time, I find. So, but each to their own. If that's what people want to do. Right. Very subtle. See, this is where having a bloody lamp would be perfect. But no. I might have to go out and buy a lamp tomorrow, mind. Okay. Two layers. 2 layers? 2 coats even. Jesus Christ. Can't get my words out. Jesus. Take some of the excess off. Okay. It's going. It is going. Right then. Time for the head. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. That's made my eyes burn. The level of focus on there was insane. Right. A bit of glazing. First time glazing. Looks okay. Looks okay for now. Give it a minute to dry. Oh, we got another raid. Another raid. Thank you very much to Saturn Senshi for the raid. Much appreciated. For everyone joining from Saturn's raid, welcome. I hope you're all doing well. Thank you for coming along. And in case you wonder if I'm talking to myself, I'm also streaming on YouTube. And we've got a number of people over there, so asking questions. So it's not me going mental. I have various people that I'm speaking to. So anywho, as I say, welcome to the stream. Welcome to my Twitch channel. We are currently blending some shades and depth on a Termagant with the assistance of my friend Finest Fellas, talking me through how to do some glazing, which is quite nice. Very kind of him. So welcome. What do you guys who are watching on Twitch find yourself doing this evening? What part of the Warhammer hobby are you into? The lore, video games, miniatures, all of the above? Let me know. get involved. Yeah, the transition. I don't think we need to go too crazy with the transition. Me. I'm good at dishing out compliments. You'll find that out. And to be fair, you are actually helping me. You genuinely are talking me through how to do some glazing on my Tyranid, because I've never glazed before. So, got to dish some credit out where it's due. 11:27. What have you missed? So I can't remember when you dropped off, but we've obviously got the black applied to the claws and the hoof-like features. I've applied some. You can see some lines here. They're highlights. They stand out at the moment. They won't stand out once the glaze is finished going on as a glaze. And then we're going to do another highlight that pops a bit more, but there'll be less of it. Potentially even a dry brush. I haven't decided yet. The gun has been painted red as well. And then these two are in exactly the same position, minus the line highlights on the carapace. That's about it. Yeah, that's it, fellas. That's what I want to build. This channel is hopefully going to be built around everyone helping everyone. And then, if the channel does become like super busy where the chat, can't always necessarily help people and keep up, maybe the Discord can act as a place where people can be a bit more direct with each other if they need help, potentially. Oh, I need to check something very quickly. Let's have a look. Oh my god. Get in. I am well happy with that. I said at the start of the stream that we were on 382 subscribers, and I wanted to get over 400, and we're over 400. So happy days. We got there, and we've got the old followers coming in as well over on Twitch. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 followers, 3 raids. It's nice. Done all right today. It's going well. Right, sorry, catching up on the comments. Just a little excited over the all the new subscribers and followers, which is quite nice. Right. First thing I learned about doing models, it's your kit. People don't like, they can go get their own. Oh, right, okay. I see what you mean. I had to read the next bit then for it to make sense. Me and my buddy Strand said a fun, friendly competition would... Yeah, that would be quite funny, wouldn't it? I was just reading the rest of the sentence and I was like, am I reading that right? So... I wouldn't know. Wait, you can probably see now my cogs turning as I'm reading your comment. I'm trying to process how something like that would work. Like, what would I do? What would be my theme as such? So that would be pretty cool. Right, let me do the old reset on the streams quickly. I'm on 37 followers on Twitch now. I need 13 more to get up to 50, and that would be amazing. It's definitely a slower process on Twitch. Much slower process. I don't know if there's anything I can do differently on there. Anywho, enough about that. You're not here to listen to me talk about Twitch. You might not even be here to listen to me talk about Warhammer. Right. I just need to look at this in the light properly first. Right. Let's get this going. We're going to get the second round of glazing on. Right, let's have a look. See how we do. 401 now. Oh, nice. Try put on a bikini, then Twitch will explode. Well, fellas, funny you should say that. My missus isn't in right now. I could very easily just go into her room and slip a cheeky number on. See if we can put the we can put it to the test. See what all this fuss is about. Can you imagine if I did? Oh, get back to my employer, and then they'll be like, Monday morning, can you explain this? Do you support Stannis Baratheon's claim to the Iron Throne? No. No, I do not. Space Daddy, do you support it? That is the question. Oh, we've gone full Game of Thrones, haven't we? Ha! Stannis was definitely messing with chaos. 100% he was. He was. Naughty boy. Yeah, Jon Snow though. Good old Jon Snow. Still not happy about how they finished the season. Finished the series. Dun 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 dun. Na 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 na. Yeah, you can somewhat forgive the ending given how epic the entirety of the series was. It was great. That was one of those TV shows that was so good that, like, I don't know if anyone's ever felt like this before, having watched other TV shows. It feels like you enter a period of mourning where you're not watching it anymore, and you feel sad that there's nothing else left to watch. If that makes sense. Right, I think that glazing's done pretty nice. I think those 2 layers are perfect. I'll show you a close-up of it now. It's not perfect, and I wasn't expecting it to be perfect because it's my first time doing it. But, it is definitely good. Can you see how it's like darkened it down a little bit? I think that's where maybe a dry brush now along the top here, or potentially, you see all these little grooves here. Just a nice light touch of something just to bring it back to life a little bit, and then it leaves the dark bits dark and then the edges nice and light, which is effectively, looking at this picture, is basically what it is. I need to save this picture on my desktop. But Jeebus. What the hell just happened there? Did it just glitch? What is going on? Huh? Hold the horses. Oh, there we are. Right, okay. I'm not sure what happened there, but it looked like we lost the stream for a second, but it doesn't seem as though that did happen. Well, I don't know. Right. A light dry brush, you reckon, is it? Alright. Let's give it a little bash. If we end up going a bit too heavy with the old dry brush, I can always use the glaze again to darken down, darken schnizzle down. Right, okay, you can go back in there and get my, oh fudge, my dry brush out, put my nice brush away. Right, we need to get this ready. Okay. So we've already got the paint mixed, which is quite nice. Right, let's get rid of some of this. Okay. There we go. Okay. Nice light dry brush. Here we go. move that out of the way so that you guys can see what it is that I'm doing. Right, nice. Yeah, you can see, it's a shame really, I don't know if you can see on camera, but there's a clear difference between this side and this side. I just need a tad more, Oh yeah. Right. Let's go again. There we go. Yeah, boy. Right. This is coming out nicely, man. There's good teamwork this is on this bad boy. Oh, hello. Echo 85. Yeah, of course, man. Feel free to have a little paint. I have a link in the Discord. Sorry. I have a link in the description to our Discord. And if you want to post any progress as you're painting and watching, and I'll take a look. You can show your progress with me. I'd happily paint alongside you. What colour scheme are you going for? This is looking good. Oh, it's a shame I can't show you this properly, fellas. You're painting them as Dark Angels. Nice. Very nice. Like I say, please do post some pictures in the Discord. It's a very collaborative and helpful community. And plus, I'm just super nosy and I like to see how everyone gets on with painting their miniatures. So, yeah, as I'm painting, as you're painting, post some pictures in the Discord. That would be really cool. And I'm also streaming on YouTube, by the way. So if you find that I'm maybe having a conversation or answering a question and you can't see anything in the chat, that's because I've got people watching on YouTube as well. So feel free to watch on whichever platform suits you. But yeah, here we go. I don't know if you can see this. It's much better, isn't it? Look at that. You know the edges? The edges are really standing out now, aren't they? Look at that. You got the highlights, the streaky highlights, and then the edges. Teamwork, brother. Teamwork. We've done this together. This is what I like to see. This is exactly why I started this channel. Let's get a little bit of that highlight now on the tip of his gun. Yeah. Nice. And then there's a little purpley bit there as well. There we are. It's a bit of... I can just repaint that red now. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. EQ85. Don't forget to drop me a cheeky little follow as well on the old Twitch and subscribe on YouTube. I'm trying to get up to 50 followers and 500 subscribers as soon as possible. Just washing off my dry brush before we move on to the next stage. Serum. The use of Games Workshop plinth makes me giggle, but legit looks good. I don't think I discovered dry brushing till 2 years in. Really? How comes? What took you so long to... Was it like... When you say discovered, was it as in like you genuinely had no idea what dry brushing was? Or was it more a case of like you knew what it was, but you were putting it off? Or you didn't know how to do it or something like that maybe? You know? Sorry, I just had another noise come through the system, and every so often when that happens, I feel like I'm getting playback. And I'm not. It's just me going mad. Yeah, fellas. I was the same. I think I want to say the first 2 times I dry brushed, I left way too much paint on the dry brush, and you could tell. And I was very, very heavy, and instead of just doing it in one direction, I was doing it in every direction, and the paint was all over the miniature. It was horrific. But as I always say, as a newcomer to the hobby, as horrible as it might be, especially when you spent so long painting a mini, the best way to learn is to make mistakes, unfortunately. That's what I find anyway. I find the best and quickest way to learn is make mistakes, because you know that you're not going to do that again next time, you know. I painted on my lonesome for 2 years before I looked up painting tutorials for a Great Unclean one. Nice. That's a great model as well. It unlocks so much skill, concepts, a decent painter now, I like to think. Serum, if you got access to Discord, I was just explaining to some of the other newcomers in chat, both YouTube and Twitch. We have a Discord server, and there are various channels on there, from sharing your in-work progress, finished miniatures, product recommendations, discussions around lore. So it's a really like open, level-headed, sensible, collaborative Discord. And if you're ever looking for any tips, any advice, how to approach something, there are loads of really, really experienced painters in Discord who'd be happy to help. So No pressure to join, but if you do have Discord and that sounds like something that you're interested in, drop me a follow on Twitch, subscribe over on YouTube, and check us out in the Discord in the description. But like I said, no pressure. No pressure at all. Ah, War Hipster. How we doing, my friend? Thank you very much for popping along. I've often seen videos of yours, so it's very nice to see you in the chat box. Very nice indeed. So this is the first Tyranid that I've ever painted, and yeah, still some work to do. Definitely still got some work to do. But yeah, it's going well. How are you doing, War Hipster? Anyway, you okay? You all good? What are you working on at the moment? Yeah. I've watched a lot of your videos, definitely for sure. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. The carapace was some Narragath Knights. Then I did some streak highlights, followed by a glaze, and then a dry brush on top. And that's where we're at. So I got to get the the black parts done now, and I've got to get the gun done as well, because I've accidentally dry brushed on the weapon, but it's coming together slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. War Hipster, what are you working on at the moment, out of interest? Always nice to know what people in the community are working on, you know? Don't scare him off. Yeah. And as a newcomer to Warhammer myself, and this being the first Tyranid that I've painted, if you've got any tips, I am all ears. I've painted other minis, obviously. I've painted like Space Marines, loads of Necrons, but I got these in the starter set, so I've had them primed in my cupboard for a couple of months now, and I thought, try to do something a bit different. Never done a Tyranid before, and followed some pictures online. Basically, this is where we're at now. Oh wow, okay, Pyrocaster is gonna keep your hands full. It's true, I do scare easily. Fair. There we go. I think I've covered up most of the dry brushing accidents on there. Nice thing about Tyranids is they tend to be about 4 or 5 colours total, so you can get really good at painting them. Oh, awesome. That's good to know. That is good to know. It makes it easier as well for especially a beginner, because I'm still learning like how to use certain colors with certain colors, and where to glaze and where to highlight and stuff like that. So when you obviously have loads of colors to pick from, it can get not confusing, like more overwhelming. Because I started with Necrons, and I think with Necrons it's a fairly straightforward theme as such, for most Necron models. Not all of them, obviously. So this is a nice step up, to be honest, from Necrons. There's a little bit more going on. I find there's a bit more depth to work with in the shadows and that kind of thing. So dun, 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 dun. There we are. We've got a whole bunch of more comments coming in. Oh, just posted on the Discord. Nice. Okay, Iku, I'll have a look at that in just a moment. I'll join for a nosy. Absolutely. We love nosy. Anyone who wants to, join the Discord and not only share their works in progress, but also offer advice to other people who are new and other people who might need support. So either which way, more than welcome. You prefer dry brushing? I was the same. I did pretty much exclusively dry brushing for my highlights for the first few months, and it's only more recently now that I've decided to start doing painting on the highlights as such. Be joining tournaments to show off in no time. Not sure about that, but it's a nice thought. We'll wait and see. I've still got a lot of techniques that I want to learn how to do, but we'll get there. We'll definitely get there. There we are. Just thought I'd catch up with all of the comments. Feel free to chuck any more questions in if you want to. What have we got here? Moonin Rob, Leviathan. Yes, I don't have the Leviathan box set, but it's the theme. It's the theme, or the Hive Fleet. Is that right? I'm still learning the lore. I'm consuming as much lore as physically possible at the moment. So, yeah, it's going well. So, the next thing I want to do is I want to put some highlights on the hooves and on the the hooves. Yeah, Mike, Edgion, we're still going. We're still going. We've done a carapace. We've done some of the streak or the line highlights that we talked about earlier, and then we've done a glaze, and then we've done a dry brush. You can see the dry brush marks along the edges there. So yeah, it's gone well. Yeah, got some streaks down. Absolutely. Not bad work. The old Grognods know your hive at a glance. I'm still learning. Still learning. I only got into the hobby properly from January this year, and having jumped into Space Marine 2 in December last year. So I am consuming lore videos, and books. I've got 9 books. I've read 1 book so far. Carapace looks good, thank you. Are we doing the eyes? Legit worst bit. Yes, we will do the eyes. We will do the eyes, and we will. We need to do something about the the hooves and the claws. That's what we need to do next. And I don't think we're going to do anything with the face. So we could do the face next, or the teeth, or we could do it last. I'm not sure. What else have we got here? Frodo, are you painting for gaming or as a parade ready piece? I do want to play eventually, yes. But I don't have enough points yet for enough. I don't have enough points yet for the various different armies that I have. But I'm still trying to work out which army best suits the way I want to play. But yeah, I've got various different pieces. I've got Ultramarines, I've got Red Corsairs, I've got Necrons, I've got Tyranids. I've got about 600 points of Necrons. That's the closest I've got to an army at the moment. So, yeah. Nid eyes aren't bad. Don't forget the one on the side of the gun. I have forgotten the one on the side of the gun, actually. It's a good shout. Oh, yeah. It's a good shout. Thanks for that. You could run a 500-point game with your Necrons. Yeah, that would be cool. I think it's all destroyers as well, which is quite cool. With the quality of your paint, if you're going to play these, invest in a high durability clear coat. Oh, is that like to protect it from getting like scratched and chipped, is it? The gun is another nid. Everyone forgets that. Oh. I would say that my lore around the Tyranids is pretty much just from the game, if I'm honest with you. I've not really watched any videos, and they're not mentioned in the books that I've been reading. So I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Well, unless you're on the receiving end of it, of course, then probably not so cool. The main bit is what army you like to paint for gaming. I have about 1 to 2k of each army, but fell in love painting demons. About 6k. Wow, fair play. I think that's the journey that I'm going on at the moment, to be honest with you, is initially I really liked the look and sound of Necrons, but then I didn't enjoy painting them as much as I thought I would. So I'm kind of going through that journey at the moment in trying to find what I enjoy. And that transitions quite nicely into 11th edition, which is around the corner. So, fingers crossed. Oh, I'll in that case, Rob, I'll have to look into picking something up. What did you say it was called? High durability clear coat. I'll have to have a look at something. Is it like do you brush it on, spray it on? The varnish mainly protects the model from being handled. The oils in our skin will cause the paint to rub off, especially on hard surfaces. Alright, I'm going to have to get something then, aren't I? By the sounds of it. Mine got ratty pretty quick. No clear coat and rides. Right, yeah, the general sort of wear and tear over time by the sounds of it then. Okay, right. They sell it in a bunch of different applications, but I'd avoid the brush on one. Okay, so the best one to get would be the spray on one then, I'd imagine. Oh, some excellent pictures in the Discord again this evening, guys. Really good pieces of work. Nice. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Oh, okay. Right, okay. I'm getting mad distracted now by everything. I'm so easily distracted. Good clear coat spray can is worth the price in durability. Yeah, fellas. Chat has been very, very busy tonight. Very busy. We were lucky enough to have War Hipster with us earlier. He stopped by and had a quick chat with me about my my Tyranid, which was quite nice. Well, there we are. Thanks, guys. I really do appreciate that. Ah, he's still lurking. It's very kind of you. Very, very kind of you to show your support. It's very much appreciated. Right, let's tackle that. Not that. Let's tackle those hooves at the back and the two claws. Yes, it's all, as I'm sure people can imagine, when you get a popular content creator drop by, it's very nice, very, very, very nice indeed, and very kind of you to share some feedback. As you can see, I've got a big smile on my face to have a well-known YouTuber stop by. Righty then, so let's crack out the dry brush, and we're gonna go for a grey. I think grey is probably the best color for the black hooves and the black claws. I don't want to do white unless someone thinks otherwise. I didn't want to do white because I think it would be too much of a contrast on the black. So I think if we mixed a bit of black and a bit of white together, create a grey, because I don't have a grey yet, and then we can look to highlight the hooves and the claws in grey. I think that would be a good idea. Thank you, fellas. I just saw your comment there. That's brilliant. If there's corpses on the base, make the foot claws red. I don't think there is any. Look. Hold on. No, there's nothing on the base. It didn't come with anything, unfortunately. Or add a bit of purple to the grey for a super desaturated. Oh, I see. I see with the blue now, and I understand where you're going with that. I think I've seen. I know it's not a space marine, but I've seen they use like a bluey color, didn't they? Like a bluey. I can't remember the name of the color now, but I've seen people use the bluish color on like the Black Templars and the Chaplains, for like the edge highlights. So. And I've not done that before, and I'm all about doing new things and trying new things. So, should we give that a go? Yeah, let's give that a go. I think that would be pretty cool. Don't know if it would be good, but I built some of my armies by playing Crusade Basic Concept with... Oh, nice. Yeah, Sirium, I think I would do a similar thing in the sense of like starting small to understand the rules first, and obviously, you know I've watched a couple of videos online with regards to how to play a match, and when you're looking at like 1,000 points and 2,000 points, they last forever, which is fine. I don't mind that. I don't mind the games lasting forever. Ooh, lovely. Should we? The only blue that I've got at the moment is a Macragge blue. Should we look to darken it down a little bit with a bit of black, or do you think Macragge blue, dry brushing some Macragge blue on there like that would be fine? Oh, okay, Rob. Yeah, so you're properly into the actual gaming side of Warhammer and the tactics and the strategies and that sort of thing. Did you already mention what army or armies that you have, and um how many points you have for those? Right, let's turn this inside out. So we've got some fresh unmarked papers. That would be good. Righty then. We've got a slightly damp dry brush. And we're going to dip just a tad. There we go. Scrape the excess off so we don't waste any paint. I'll put that to one side. Ooh, can definitely scrape off a bit more than that. There we go. Righty then. Yeah, I think this is a nice dark, actually. This is dark enough. I didn't think it was going to be... I always get a bit... With Macragge blue, it looks a bit more lighter than it actually is. And then when you actually apply it onto the surface, it's darker. Righty then. So we're going to do gentle, subtle, subtle. So we're going to come from where the light is. So I'm going to go down here. Oh, there we are. I just realised it wasn't on the camera. Silly me. Nice, gentle. There we go. That's that one. And then the light would be coming. Okay. There we go. Very subtle, but it's there. Me, I'd rather be going okay. Oh, sorry, I just read that that comment. 5K Necron Force back when they were straight up Terminator knockoffs. It's Macragge blue. Yeah, Macragge blue. Yeah, I don't have Ultramarine blue, unfortunately. Still building up my my collection. A slow build up of collection, you know. Right, I'm going to try something. The dry brush is okay. I just don't seem to be getting on with it. So we're going to just do a very small line. A very small, faint line. After I've had a drink. There we go. Stay hydrated. I'm going to wet it up. Wet it up. Wet it up. Wet, wet, wet. There we are. Nice damp brush. I'm just going to get a little bit of the blue. Just a tad. Wet it. Water it down. We don't want it thick now. And then we're going to do a small... I've not done this before, so this is scary for me. But we're going to do it. We're going to do a very small... There we go. Just wipe some of that away. There we go. And then we're going to do the same here. Nice, nice. This is when you know I'm concentrating, because the level of silence and my eyes, I am concentrating. I don't think I've ever concentrated so much in all my life. All right, now we're going to get the back one. There we go. And then we're going to get a little edge highlight there. There we go. Oh, honey, honey. There we go. That's better. Right. And then we're going to do that just to the side. Nice. I like that. And then we're going to do one just here on the inside of the hoof as well. Oh, it's all right. It's okay. It's just Blakey. Look at that. Lovely blue highlights. Done. Look at that. The level of concentration was insane. I do apologise if I've ignored any of you. Do not fear the plastic, let the plastic fear you. Confidence is key for small details. The more you second guess yourself, the thicker the lines will be. What's the worst that will happen? Cheap cleanup. Yeah, true. Poor doggo. Oh, you're allergic. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, no, my dog started barking because my youngest son woke up to go to the toilet and she didn't know what was going on. So, look at him being frugal with his paints. Meanwhile, I get drunk and leave mine open for the sun to dry. It happens. Right, okay. So, I just got to do actually another quick line. Oh, it's my paintbrush, silly. It's my paintbrush. It's okay. Down. Come on. You can't come on. You can't paint. Come on. No, you can't have the paintbrush. It's not a toy. Come on. Right, down. Come on. It's okay. There we go. Just go sit there. No, stay there. Right, okay. If you're not going to listen, I'm going to have to put you down, okay? Stay. No, Bo, come on. The puppy always seems to come in at the perfect time. Or should I say the worst time? Right, come on then. Right, down. Stay. There we are. No. She keeps trying to take the paintbrush out of my hand at the back. She thinks it's a toy. Right, come on, down. It's okay. It's okay. Right, there we are. Go down there. No more. It's not a game. It's not a game. No, it's not. It's not a game. No, you can't lick the paints. There we go. Right. I think from a highlighting the black parts point of view, we're done, which is nice. The next bit is any suggestions on how we can highlight the gun. We might need to paint the eye first, though. That's exactly what the dog's saying. She wants to do some shading. Oh, she wants a hug. Oh, that's nice. That's cute. Oh, okay. You want a little huggle under the chin, is it? You were just sleeping. Where's all this energy come from? We've just gone from peaceful sleep to crazy. Do we have orange? No, we don't. We have... I know this isn't orange, but what we do have is corn red, Cadian flesh shade, and we have Corax white and Wraithbone, and we have Rhinox hide. So I don't know if we can mix any of those colours to make a orangey type colour. Right, over there. No more. No more. No, bow down. Come on, down. Down now. Thank you. Yeah, so those are the colours that I've got that we can use to turn something in into an orangey. Right, to brighten the hue of red, you need amber. White will just pull it into pink hues. Okay. Let me just have a look in at my cupboard. Just there. It's just in front of me. Yes. Cadian and flesh tone, yeah. I have Cadian. So what are we thinking then, guys? Sorry, I'm a bit lost in conversation here. Sorry. Can we not wash the gun and give it a few dabs of scarlet or pink? Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can give it some like battle damage and stuff. I've painted the gun red already, so I can't put any scarlet or pink on it. I could, but I don't know if it's going to show up because of the red. Look, it's quite a dark red, but as you can see, minus the eye, obviously, the gun, it just, there's no shade or depth to it. So I want to try and do something with the gun. So yeah, I want to like maybe get the eye sorted. I don't know if it's better to get the eye sorted first or second. I'm just cleaning my brushes very quickly before we move on to the next step. I'll get that out of the way, put that over there. Oh, that's my protector. I don't think I've got any other colours that would be worth it. Hold on, I think I've got 4 colours just in the cupboard opposite me. 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab it now. I'll be 30 seconds. Just gonna grab something. Sorry guys, I just had to grab myself a drink as well. I was thirsty. I'm going to grab the paints now. 2 seconds. I have got... Oh, these are my metallics. No. No, I don't have any yellows or oranges, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Right, I am back though. I am back. So... let me just... make sure that the streams are running okay. Okie dokie. Looks like everything's working good. What the hell? There we go. Okay, right. Sorry about that. Right, where are we? I'm just reading through your comments now. So... so we're going to be going with some Cadian flesh tone and corn red, yeah? Is that what we're thinking? I'm just opening up a can of Vimto because I've got the driest mouth in the world. Right. Time to get mixing, is it? Right, so So 2 parts red, 1 part flesh. Okay, cool. Cool. All right, let's get this out of the way. I'll get my mixing paintbrush. There we go. So let's give this a shake. And this is just for the eye, isn't it? Doobie 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 doo. Y-D-O-O. Oh no, we are highlighting the gun. We are. That's what I want to do. I want to highlight the gun. Yeah. I misunderstood the comment. That's what I want to do. Definitely highlight the gun. Oh, I'm glad you corrected me then, because I misread the the sentence. Definitely highlight the gun. Right. Time to mix. We are mixing. Right. Yeah, it's definitely a much lighter colour. Just need to add some water to it, because it's very thick. Bejeebus. Right, okay, cool. Right, what are we doing? Right. The gun is already red. That's the problem with the eye being red already. We already painted the gun corn red first earlier. So it's all good. It is all gravy. Right, where is my layer brush? What do you think? What do you think, Chaplain? Should I get a non-emissary next for my nids, or maybe a carnifex? Ooh, I do like the carnifex, to be fair. I do like the look of a carnifex. They look pretty cool, you know? In my opinion, anyway. Right, shall we highlight a gun? That should be fun, right? Da-na-na. Yeah, you can see, just to, in case anyone's wondering. So this is the corn red straight from the pot, and then this is the mix that we made. just now, which we're going to be using for the highlightings. So we should be good, right? Right then, let's get highlighting. Can we bring this forward a little? Oh God, just a little bit. There we go. Okay, right. Right. How's that so far? Yeah, is that good? Okay. Okay. Righty then. Is there much more else I can highlight, really? I don't think there is there? Sorry for the quiet. I'm just it's the first time I've really done edge highlighting ever. So I wanted to make sure I did it good, you know? I'm surprised how steady my hand is. Okay, I think that's that. Bit of light here, actually. There we are, done. Well, wash it. Frankie, my friend, how are you doing this evening? Or this morning, depending on where you are in the world. I think you're based in the US, so it's probably the evening for you. How are we doing? Thanks for stopping by. Well, wash it, then hit it with that same pink again after it dries, but only on the topmost faces. Okay. Well, sorry, what are we washing it with, Mike, Edgion? Apologies if that's a silly question. Oh, excuse me. Oh, right, okay. Is it, are you watching the UFC, is it, or? Yes, I definitely have some of that. Hold on, just moving some stuff around so it doesn't focus on the wrong thing. Sorry, Rick. Yeah, that's it. That was it. It was not non-oil. I've got non-oil, but obviously we're not going to use that. But I do have um the flesh shade. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah, Ron Veralzi. Yeah, I seen that in on the socials. Okay. Cool. Oh no, I can keep that. Keep that damp. And then I'm gonna get the. I'm gonna wash it first. Yeah. Wash it first, and then flesh shade it. Okay. Right. Okay. And are we just putting the flesh shade on the gun? Yeah. Awesome. Oh, sorry, I was not doing it on camera then. My bad, guys. There we go. Yes, sir. Ah, right, okay. The natural blend point. Yeah, I did go on the hand a little bit there. So yeah, it's pretty cool. Give that a wash. Give that a little washy wash. Shouldn't take too long to dry. Oh, I can't believe I'm stuck on 49 followers on Twitch. Sorry, not 49, 39. 39, my bad. Just making numbers up now, I am. Don't forget to like the stream. Otherwise the algorithm will be mad at you. Oh, you're a legend, fellas. Got to get those numbers up. Bump it up. You got to bump it up. Bump it up. Right. Then we need the right. Let's put that away. That can go over there with that stuff. Okie dokie. Ooh, it's all exciting. Hey, oh, I've got 2 more people. 2 more people just followed me. Nice. Thank you, fellas, mate. Really appreciate that, bro. And Frankie Fingers as well. You absolute legends. Can't believe it. It's taken so long to get there. I can't believe it's actually happening. Oh my god. It's crazy, guys. Absolutely crazy. Oh, fellas, I've just seen the other guy, the Norn. He does look cool. But I do think the Carnifex, I don't know. Ooh, now that I've seen it, that's a tough one, you know. That is tough. Very tough. What is my dog doing? Oh. Right. Righty. Frankie and Velas have both followed on the old Twitcheroonies. Thank you very much, gang. No, seriously, I really do appreciate it. You honestly do not understand how much I appreciate it. Any subs on YouTube, any follows on Twitch, any likes on YouTube, any joining the Discords, like any of these things, like massively appreciate. Really do. And also, outside of all of the actual following and yada yada yada, I think the one thing that I'm really enjoying probably the most at the moment is the actual community that we're building together. Everyone seems to be on the same page. Everyone's really kind. Everyone's got the same sort of like respect in terms of what's banter. It's all really cool. You know, everyone's really helpful with other people and collaborative, helping with minis. It's so cool. I didn't expect anything like this when I first started doing YouTube. You know, it was something that I did want, but I wouldn't expect it to happen for like years. And it's happened within the space of a few months, which is just insane. You tend to watch the numbers as well. Yeah. I think for me, with the numbers, I'm not saying that people in this community, in our community, think that like I'm chasing numbers so that I can chase money. I think for me, just to sort of be like completely clear and upfront with everyone, when the channel hits certain milestones, it means that it unlocks more features. And then when we unlock those features, we can grow the channel and the channel can become better when those features are unlocked. Like, for example, I need to hit 500 subscribers and then 1,000 subscribers, I think, within the next, by the end of December, basically, which is what, 7 months or 6.5 months away. And then it unlocks like a whole load of features and stuff which are really cool for like podcasts and loads of other really cool stuff for the channel. So, it's all good. We'll get there. We'll do it together. We will do it together. And I've not just stopped painting, by the way, so that I can shamelessly talk to you about how YouTube works and stuff like that. I'm just waiting for this flesh shade to dry so that we can apply the next highlight. Saying that though, if we wanted to, we could do I don't know what else we could do actually. I know we've got to do the eyes and the teeth. Yep, filthy Xenos. Bridging the gap between newbies to pros. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. And it's like it's a group effort as well. Because I'm not going to sit here and pretend that after painting for 4 months that I'm an expert and that I can teach everyone everything, because I can't. But what I can do is get people involved in the community, and other people who are experienced can help those lesser experienced, and then we're like all helping together then. What? What the hell happened? Huh? Significantly less money laundering. Sorry, I went silent then because the stream just like glitched and everything just went black, and I thought the stream had cut off. Is it running okay? It looks like it's running okay. It really does. Alright, okay. Let's have a look. Could we be doing anything in the meantime? So, oh, you broke my whole shit. Huh? I'm so confused. The whole stream wing. Is it still being funny? Oh, right, okay. I have no idea why that happened. Is it my dog? Are you chewing on the wires? Are you chewing on the wires? Are you being naughty? Are you being a naughty puppies? Are you being Are you being a naughty puppies? Hmm? Hmm? Can you see yourself? Can you see yourself? Yeah? Is that what it is? Right, let's get down. Right. Oh. Wonder why that happened then. That's odd. That's really odd. Right, down. Right, down, please. Down, 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 down. Right, no more. No more. Trying to sort this out. That's really odd. I just had a flicker of like maybe 2 seconds. It went like all black. But apart from that, oh, there we are. It must have just been like a weird glitch thing then. I don't know. No idea. Right, okay. Puppies. Come on. Come on. Come on. Be a good girl now. Down. No. Down. Down. Stay. Right. Okay. Okay. Right. Yeah, it seems to be. I've checked my OBS and I've checked the back end on YouTube on my account, and nothing seems to have flagged. And it says that the connection is excellent and stable. So, don't know. Maybe it just had a brain fart or something, you know. Right. Oh, nice. Oh, thank you, Frankie, for checking both. Mate, I wish I was excellent and stable. Oh, man. You're absolutely fine, you are. Right. Let's give this a bash, shall we? Yep. Okay, cool. Let's... I made you laugh. There we are. Mission completed. Right. Is that dry? Right. Bow. Bow, 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 bow. You guys can just say it. Mike's the problem. Right. Bow. No more. No more. No more. Come on. Down. Down, down, down. Right. Is that the right one? Yes, it is. No. Stop licking me. Yeah, either no one's the problem or we're all the problem. I'm going to go we're all the problem. Don't know why, but it seems like the most obvious. Right, let's get some pink on the rest of the thing. Jesus Christ, you can tell it's getting late now. I can't even get me words out. Don't go. Right. Time. Why did you read it in the accent? Oh dear. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. Okay. Hold tight. There we go. I like this little bit here. There we go. There's a little dimply bit there. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. There we go. And I think that is all the highlights on the weapon there. There's some dots. There we go. There we go. Lovely. There we go. We are done with the gun. We are done with the gun. We are done with the gun. Done with the gun. Oh yeah, baby. Right. Right. Right then, gang. Unfortunately, I am going to have to call it there. It is nearly 2:30 in the morning in the UK. I am absolutely shattered. However, what I'm going to try and do, because I really want to get this guy finished, I really like the way he looks, and then we can try and follow it up on these two guys, knowing what success looks like. And maybe, I don't want to make any promises, but maybe tomorrow I might be able to do something. Maybe. So we shall wait and see. However, as far as today is concerned, thank you for tuning in. I really do appreciate everyone tuning in, subscribing if you're new, joining the Discord if you're new, liking the stream, everything, all the support that you guys have shown. Really do appreciate it. I think this might be the longest stream I've ever done as well, and some of you have been here for most of it, if not nearly all of it. So again, really do appreciate it. Excuse me, and I will try my best to log on tomorrow so we can get these Tyranids finished. And it's a group effort, you know, everyone's input and feedback and ideas as well. So yeah, It's been fun. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you guys have as well. But apart from that, guys, thank you very much. And wherever you are in the world, either good morning, good afternoon, or good night. But most importantly, stay safe and take care. Catch you in the next one. Bye for now.